my gosh, we've made our way out of the ethereal storm and back into your computer screens. Gamers, gamers. Hi, how are you? We missed you. It is so good to be back. It's so good to be just hacking in to your computer from here. Now that you've turned this stream on, I am downloading all of your information and turning it into Bitcoin. Hi, hello, welcome. Welcome back to Death.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
No legal reason will be here tonight. Legal unreason only. Welcome back to Death2Divinity.
Bezos will arrest you for that, I'm pretty sure.
All
personally.
fat, all queer, unarrestable, anti-Bezosian TTRPG show. That's been the whole tagline the whole time. I've missed you all so much. Oh my goodness. I know that it has been a fair few minutes since you have seen all of our pleasant faces. To this I say, you don't want to see some of the tallies of ER trips and general misfortunes that did befall us while we were in the ethereal storm. But now the storm has lifted, and we have found our way back into your computers, the most important part. I am so excited to be here with my lovely friends again. Does anyone want to say anything they did or learned while we were gone?
I forced the entire family to play Squishmallow Monopoly, and despite the fact that Squishmallow Monopoly sounds like it would be really cute, it was surprisingly cutthroat.
That did happen. I can corroborate.
Many hours of Tears of the Kingdom. Many.
Yes.
Many.
How many tears are in the kingdom?
Many. There's a lot. The kingdom is crying.
Not the kingdom is weeping. Well, let's see if we can get another kingdom weeping tonight. Let's see.
Cool.
This is cool and normal. Don't worry about it.
Oh, cool.
Oh, a fond feeling, a fond old feeling that we're bringing back to the surface again. Any other learned lessons?
I feel like I regressed. Like I began watching Real Housewives, and I've just been playing video games. So I've gotten worse since you've all last seen me. Just like as a person, just regressing. But having a great time. So
perfect. I think it's honestly pretty brave of you in a sea of everyone striving for progress to stand up and vote for.
Go backwards. Yes. I am watching reality TV from the early 2000s, and it's worse than I ever could have imagined. It's so bad.
I think I've done something similar in so that my valley in Disney Dreamlight Valley is more like more decked out than my Animal Crossing island was.
Fuck?
Like,
oh my god!
That's concerning. Dark.
Yeah, they've like unlocked another level of like god tier decoration in Disney Dreamlight Valley.
Yeah, this is my dark secret, and I gave it away in the first 5 minutes, and so now I'm out of secrets for the rest of the whole episode, which means I have to start taking yours. How it happens. I'm glad we. What, Lyrica?
Not my secrets.
Listen, sometimes it has to happen that way.
I mean, a major secret of, well, I guess it's not Current's secret, but a secret of Current's adopted fathers was revealed 2 episodes ago. And so that feels like only the beginning, if you think about it.
That makes sense to me.
True. Secrets of Currents that Current doesn't even know of.
Yeah, there is generational trauma in D2D.
The sins of my father.
I'm not stealing that. I'm not stealing any of that. I said secrets only. So keep that generational trauma to yourself. Oh my goodness. Okay. So speaking of trauma and secrets, we're here to tell a story tonight. And I am so excited to get back to telling that story with you, my sweet, sweet friends. There are a few things away in the way of getting back to my favorite part, the telling of the story. First, I think we need a box. As a box of some kind in vague recollection, and then also a fair little recap, a fair and fun. I hear in allegiance with the writers union, you
Yes.
all have decided to coalesce and do a popcorn recap this time around.
Yes.
So Union strong, love that. I'm in
WGA
support of them.
Fuck you, Warner Brothers. Anyways, I'm really excited about the strike. If you can't tell from my Twitter.
Why should people be excited about the strike?
Because it's about helping writers get paid fairly and being able to make a living wage, making sure that writers are actually writing your shows and not AI, which is quite literally, it is recorded in their like talks that the studios are like, I don't know about that. When the writers are like, can we have like not AI written shows? The studios were like, their rebuttal was like, let's have weekly meetings about technology. I was like, that is the most useless. Let's talk on the phone once a week about how scary AI is. Okay,
Yeah.
Zaslav, great, thank you. I can't wait to lose my job to ChatGPT. So stuff like that.
Let's have a weekly meeting where you share with me your fears and I eat them like cake. Like, I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, the statistics around how much money writers are making now versus the last time that there was a WGA strike, which was, 15 years ago, 14 years ago.
2007, yeah.
Things really just haven't changed much at all. And there's been a lot of discussion about how like it's because of streaming and streaming is different and da. But the streaming platforms that these companies are launching are making billions of dollars in profit, and yet the writers are still not getting paid. I'm actually a member.
Residuals.
I'm a member of the WGA, not as a screenwriter, but as a journalist. And so I was really excited to see how many people voted yes to a strike. So absolutely, hell yes, support your writer friends, especially right now. And if you are a writer and you're being approached for screenwriting work, don't be a scab.
Don't do it.
Especially since the WGA has very, very strict rules in place. If you have ever scabbed, you will never become a member of the WGA. It does not happen.
Wild.
You'll be blacklisted forever.
Good for them.
Mm-hmm.
I love that for us. All right. No, that's delicious. I love a little strike. I think that I should warn everyone that you should really be thinking very seriously about supporting this strike for all of the reasons listed. But also, the last time the writers went on strike, the dark turn that reality television took to give us shows like I Want to Marry Harry, the show where producers gaslit its contestants. We got that show where they like locked people in like heaters until they couldn't answer trivia questions anymore. What I'm trying to tell you is that before the writer's strike, MILF Manor released this year. So if you don't want to be on Dilf Hunter, the show where Dilfs hunt a bunch of strangers on an island for sport, I'd support the writer's strike. It's as simple as that. So with that, I think that we should get into a little popcorn recap. So I'm going to say how I believe to remember this works, and someone please, dear God, correct me if I am incorrect. Someone will start, and then they will eventually panic and shout a name. I do believe that person will pick up from there, and that will keep going in that style until we get to the end. Is this correct?
Yes.
All right. Who is your sacrificial lamb? The starter of the popcorn.
I'll start since my mic mute is broken. So that'll be my excuse for talking, which is super cool. Hello. Are we timing this or are we just going?
Would you like a time limit?
I
No,
don't remember how we did the last one. I don't want a timer.
I'm
I don't
calling
like
now.
it.
No timer. Free ball.
I'm all
That's-
about supporting the union.
I thought Jojen's tail was your arm for a moment, and I got so scared.
Stop
So scared. Okay, hello. The last episode of Death2Divinity, there was a little bit of scheming between Kearns and Kaylin, which is delightful. And also Gideon, Molly's counterpart, Gideon, showed up with their new partner, love interest, Doxon, which is pretty fantastic. And with that, I'm gonna tag Molly.
Immediately after showing up with the host of the party's ex-boyfriend, Gideon talked a lot of shit to Malaya Pierre. It went well, and then it didn't, because Molly rolled poorly. Then Malaya Pierre immediately threatened Gideon. It was really scary. And then Valeria tried to step in. Valeria also made a backhanded comment towards Curran at one point and was like, "Oh, we have to allow children their curiosities." Which I thought that was just a fun moment to bring up here in the recap. And here's the things that I can say when we don't have a time limit. Let's see, what else? It also started out with a really fun moment in the maze between Gideon and Doxon. And then after that, we got a snail house, Limericks' zone. It's like a cool symbiotic relationship with nature where the snail wants you to live in its shell. And loves it. The Snouse, yes. That's where Current and Kaylin are staying? Question mark? Kaylin's definitely staying there. I don't know if Current's staying there. I made that up. I lied. It's sometimes in this recap we lie.
You twist.
So you have to find out what's real and what I made up on accident. Mirafel's there currently with Niavo, Discord's son. We see a little hand skitter across the window of the snail shell. I remember that. That's Limericks' zone. I should give it to someone else because I'm just going to slowly keep meandering my way through the notes. Lyrica!
Current actually decides to take a little walk with Trist, and Trist takes them through the sacred grove, and starts telling them the story of the sacred grove. And while we are there in the monoliths as well, because Current starts asking about where the monoliths came from and what this was all about, and then Trist gives Current a little gift in the form of some absinthe and also some flora knowledge about poison and what plants and how to use them for poison. And then what happens? I blinked out. So you know what? It's Julian's turn.
Oh no, not me. So Kaylin heard them talking about runemancy and was thinking about Nikia's little on-off switch that she has. What's her name? Trist? No, Azel. Azel has a zoo that she likes to go to think. Apparently, which this was news to me when I read Molly's notes, apparently Kaylin is led to a chilling Disney World recreation of the old world, including rivers of blood, which turn green as we move past it. Didn't remember that at all. So very nice to be reminded. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I think, is that it? I don't know. I don't really know.
Who knows?
I don't know.
Who knows, really? Oh, I don't think anybody mentioned this, but Brian has little firefly buddies now. 16 to 20 of them.
Oh yeah.
That is so true.
Notes explicitly said 16 to 20
yeah.
fireflies, and I was like, thank God.
Talking to them.
And Brian and Winona were able to successfully watch Gideon's little gossip girl moment from the window down below, which I loved a lot.
And Hugo and Mel are vibing together in the little mushroom house. Our little weird found family.
We've already mentioned the thing from the end, right? Malaya Pira.
No, we have not mentioned that.
You have not mentioned. Oh, okay. Well, Malaya
I actually
Pira.
have the quote.
Please.
If you want to.
A dramatic reenactment, please.
I wrote down word for word. Someone says, "You rang for me, father." And he says, "Bring Essentia too." Oh, he tells him to go to Myriad City to get the blade and return with it. I wonder why. Then he adds, "Bring Essentia too. No one wants Doxon more dead than she. And if we're bringing our own gods to the table, I won't be left out. Let's show Gideon what can happen when godhood rots us all." Okay. "I bet you none of these mortals even know that gods can fall, and I can't wait to teach them." That was just really juicy.
Oh my god.
And this was just KM narrating, right? Because this was after the technical difficulties kicked a
Yes.
couple of us off stream.
After the
Yeah.
ethereal
Yes.
storm began to
Perfect.
pick up.
Perfect.
That swept
Oh, we
us away
also
for
found
so
out all
long.
of the masks too of all the Iron Enclave members, and they're all made of iron.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
Oh, does everyone want to go around real quick and remind everyone what your mask is?
Sure. Current's mask is a shark.
What is your character's name? Do you remember how we all have like
Sky
new
Shark.
party names?
Sky Shark. I believe it was Sky Shark, right?
Correct.
Yes, I'm
I can
looking
also
at them
help
all
with that if
here.
need be.
Yeah. Okay. Sky Shark.
My mask is a firefly, and my character's name is Firefy, Firefye. And I'm pretty sure, and Brian is pretty sure that it's the Anpara character. So I'm terrified, and Brian is mad.
I love that for you.
My mask is a bat. I'm Brittle Bat.
Welcome, Brittle Bat.
Yeah, I just have this, the dragon, but I don't remember the name. So, Molly, you said you saw them all. I don't remember what it is.
Yes, let me look. You are Lord of the Green.
Lord of the Green. There you go.
Yes.
And I'm a phoenix, and my name is Finextra.
Yes.
Some other masks we saw. Valeria's the Swan Emprex. Malaya Pier is the Griffin King. Phoebius is the Porky Prince. It's like so cute, which doesn't fit him, which I am really delighted by. Trist has a unicorn mask that like goes over her hair already, so she's got like a lot of like beautiful hair on top of her normal hair. Limericks is like a beetle named Beetleguard. And Fife is Chipmunk, like Monk, like a little chipmunk mask.
This is very true.
Which I have
and
questions about.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe you'll get some answers. Oh boy, howdy. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything that was missed in the Capri. I think we successfully unionized through that recap. I'm so thrilled. Normally, at this point, we would vote for a winner, but we are a coalesced unit at this point. So our mods, our beautiful mods, Derby Squad, I've missed you so much. It is so good. Please, everyone, a delightful little shout out to the Derby Squad. I love you so much. But we're gonna our beautiful Derby Squad is gonna start that poll, and we are going to vote for who needs that support. Who you feel might need a helping hand this evening. And while that vote goes, I will hand it over to Box Chat shortly. But before we do, I have a little chat of my own to bring up, and that is the fact that you see only one worm here tonight to start. That is for two reasons. The first reason being, this is our first time back in a while. You know, I don't know. I don't want to barrage my players with too many schemes and medals. The other one is that somewhere in between the last episode and this episode, my cats have stolen the rest of the worms. So that was a
How
complicated.
dare you malign our cats on
factor.
stream? That's so rude.
This was a complicating factor. So what has happened is that our head moderator Liza has stepped in to create a garden of worms, and as you get more worms tonight, we're actually going to be adding these fantastical worms. Oh, they're beyond lovely. To our board right here tonight. And if you end up putting one of them up there on its own, we will name it, write you a haiku, and send it to you. So you can be a worm collector this evening, if so you choose. Remember, one of these means that I can offer a player an XP to do something mayhap unwieldy. Cannot wait. Ah, Kita, you are getting that inspiration tonight. Congratulations. Use it wisely. Box chat, take it away.
My box is back. Hi, everybody. I'm going to keep it short and sweet tonight. Obviously, thank you for hanging out this night on our awesome return stream. We're now on a bi-weekly schedule heading into the end of season 3. So that will hopefully make things a little bit easier for us. Thank you for your patience as we've all dealt with a lot of weird life blows this season. We want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Die Hard Dice. Make sure to enter our $20 Die Hard Dice gift code giveaway during break. And if you use our code, Death2Divinity, you'll get 10% off at checkout. That includes any of their merchandise, any of their dice, including our PC bundles that we put together with them last fall. I think there's still a few of those left, so get them while you can. We are, of course, streaming on the beautiful pixelated TTRPG platform One More Multiverse, which has launched. It's live. It's a full downloadable program. It's no longer in beta. Congrats to our friends over at One More Multiverse. We are so excited. And if y'all want to check it out for your own games, you definitely should. Even if you just want to check it out for like playing around with the different assets for character and world building, I think it's a really cool tool for all kinds of applications. We also want to say thanks to Mackenzie Mullins, the incredible artist who did the full body character art you see in our streaming graphics. Make sure that you're checking us out on all of the different social media platforms. We do have an Instagram now. It's just Death2Divinity. That'll have posts soon. I'm working on building up a whole library of them that we can get populated on there. Make sure you follow us on Twitter, and make sure that you're following us on YouTube as well to get access to all of our past episodes, including one-shots. And then if you'd like to get some behind-the-scenes content like Scheme streams with Katie May, or our monthly gaming streams where the cast just like hangs out and plays different games like Raft or Root, talks about the show, then subscribe to our Patreon for $3 a month. And we're actually just about to send out our spring postcards for those at the $10 or above Patreon tier. And the spring postcards are from our beloved Molly. They're from Gideon. So that's very exciting. I think that's pretty much all I have to say. Support the WGA. That's it.
Oh, well. We got a little box chat. I explained about the worm farm. Let's see. We discussed the ethereal storm. We recapped. We talked about the strike. I think we did damn near everything.
Except I love you, say it back.
Well, everyone, I love you, and I'm so excited to be telling stories with you this evening.
I love y'all. I'm so
I
glad
love
we're
y'all
back.
so much.
I've missed
love
this.
you.
Much.
And I really have to love you because Tears of the Kingdom just came out and I'm not playing it right now. So this is a powerful
yes.
love. Be
Mhm.
happier doing this than I
Yes.
would be doing that. That's powerful.
All right. Well, then, I would love to do a general checking base with some of our fair friends who already did a bit of their getting ready last episode. So we find ourselves at, of course, Anpara's palace, in between the first 2 courses of Anpara's soiree feast. It has been incredible so far. You all have been given beautiful statues of your most heroic moments, masks that you could take as souvenirs to prove that you were at a god's ball. I think it all seems to be going so incredibly well for you so far. Each of you has been offered a kindly member of the Iron Eater Enclave to guard you and guide you and help you throughout your stay. And they've taken time out of their incredibly busy lives to do so. And you have just been led by them to where you will call home for the next sun. Current. Just to touch base with you again, you went on this lovely, oh so lovely walk, all the way with Trist back to the tower which you had been in before. You have been told that this entire place will be yours for the duration, and your guests, neither of whom are here right now. Simpira is rather straightforward. Of course, you opted for her to spend the duration of her soiree time in the soiree cell, and she will be doing such. So, oh, is that a Wyrm? Is it Wyrm time? Wyrm. Wyrm
Oh
o'clock.
my god.
Wyrm o'clock. All right, first Wyrm. So my question for you, Current. Well, I put up my little Wyrm. Beautiful Wyrm. All right. So my first question to you is if you are getting changed at all, please tell me what you are getting into changed, what you are getting changed into. If you're doing anything while you are in the tower, and how fashionably early/late you'd like to be to the next phase of the festivities.
Ooh, yes. I actually am glad that there is nobody else around me right now because I absolutely need all this floor space that I can get. And from my bag of holding, I'm going to pull out what looks like this gigantic mess of a tool like material. You can't really tell that it is a dress, but it is. There's just so much of the fabric. And I began putting some last minute touches on it and getting the rest of my I am actively pulling up my outfit.
Ooh, I love it. My favorite part.
And so as I get the last finishing touches of that done, think I'm going to start preparing myself for this next round, this next course. And is there still that mirror in there that was brought in?
Yes, it seems to have been left there for you as a kindness.
Oh, wonderful. So I think I'm going to be by the mirror and I'm going to start stepping into this dress. And it looks like a very unassuming, kind of almost translucent, like white dress that is just full of tulle from top to bottom. It has a very long, ball like train that will flatten out into a large circle when it's all taken out. But on the back of that, and it very much gives off wispy waves or clouds kind of vibes. On the back of that, I'm actually going to be attaching, it's sort of like a chest plate, but instead of a chest plate, it's metal that looks like the human spine. And that sits right up against my spine where like my corset area would go, and then encompasses your rib cage like a corset, also looking like a golden rib cage. And on my head, I'm going to actually be wearing one of the crowns that I had taken from Monarch's office. And yeah, I will spend my time doing that. And I think I will be just late enough to let people know that I cared more about making sure everything with my outfit was perfect than being there right on time.
Perfect. That's the attitude I'm looking for. All right. So then I'm going to hop over and I'm going to ask the same questions to Prince Kaylin Osirov. How are you doing tonight? You have it's not night. It's like 8:30 in the morning. The sun is oh so bold as it is starting to reach towards the top of the sky. You, however, are in Snail House. You have been brought there by your new friend Limericks, who then disappeared at the approaching of mists you did not recognize since you've been able to go into the Snouse, where you found both Mirafal and Niav, your two guests. And Corvin is also. Corvin is. Who claimed my sweet Corvy boy? Remind me? You have Corvin. Corvin is yours. So that's really funny. So so you upon entering Snouse did find that Niav and Corvin have both individually agreed to play tag with Mirafal, but the important thing here is that she is allowed to use her hands. So you see a small collection, I would say, of about 5 to 11 hands, all in disparate parts of the Snouse, launching themselves at both Niav and Corvin to try and tag. You see, Corvin is happily using some of his magic to get by, teleporting from one place to another to avoid the hands, which as you kind of like look into your eyes, you realize is not just like a playful fear, but a genuine like, I do not want these hands to touch me fear as well. So that is definitely a part of it. But Niav seems to just be batting them away with a variable amount of furniture that has been upended. We started with couch cushions. I think the last thing was probably a full coffee table. But by and large, this place looks very, very homey on the inside. You can see most of it is made out of organic material that has been attempted to remain as close to the original thing as possible, right? You see a few hammocks that are crafted of these incredibly, like, you've never seen a tree large enough to hold this leaf, but there's suddenly a hammock there of that size, right? The coffee table, you're realizing, is either either bone or hard mushroom, hard to tell. But this place is rife with organic and thoughtfully crafted material. This home does definitely seem to be well loved. You have the same amount of time that Current has. My questions for you are you changing? If so, into what? Is there anything major you are trying to accomplish in the small amount of time you have? And how fashionably early or fashionably late would you like to show up to the next course?
I don't remember which course my fancy outfit is supposed to be for, so
Costume changes are applicable in between any course. It's really a matter of drama and timing.
No, I think I'll wait on that one for now.
Okay.
But I do, in between the courses, want to see if I could set up a meeting between Gideon and Mirafel.
So yes, do you get Mirafal in this plan? Do you explain what the intent is? Do you?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so Mirafal would readily agree with you. And I guess instead of changing, you head off to do that. So I will visit to that momentarily. Gideon, let me visit you right quick. Because where we last left you, I do believe you had not even made it to where you would be staying, correct?
No, you worded it as Gideon has the vibes of like they're like a teenager at Costco with their parents. That's like the last Brian saw of Gideon. Just like looking pissed off, following Valyria and Thievius to his clown town or wherever he lives.
Yeah.
His scary village.
So you are en route to Clown Town. Cannot very excited for you. Of course, Kaylin, we did discuss a friendly looking river of red as you got closer to where you were staying, where the water shifted back to a lovely shade of greenish blue. But here in your chilies tonight, Gideon, you are brought from you are leaving the maze and you are walking in kind of this stony silence, the Costco silence, I believe is what you called it. You are walking behind Phoebus and Valyria, and I think the first thing that you notice is they actually keep a somewhat steady distance apart. Their arms are linked at the elbow. But there's no, sometimes when you see that, like one person will be kind of also like leaning a weight up against, there's like a solid 6 centimeters for Jesus in between the arms, even though they are linked at the elbow. So it's a little like, and I think that it definitely pales, that what you are looking pales into comparison of the either imagined or hazy memory of your parents' love. So that is what you are taking in as you get closer to where you are staying. And it is why that realization about where you are creeps in rather than it does just smack you. I think the first thing you notice is the cobblestone. The cobblestone of where you grew up is very familiar to you. You've walked on its shoes, barefoot, drunk, sober. You not tripping in the night while you're sneaking out. These have all been essentials for you. The house where you grew up in, I remember. Correct me if I'm wrong. The house you grew up in was the house you were born in. Alan just moved it in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So it is fairly odd when the cobblestone is matched by the same fence that gated your childhood home. And from the fence, beyond it are the same ken of flower bushes and this single tree that is half dead due to a wanton magic experiment that happened before you were born. And of course, in the middle of all of that, in a near immaculate condition, is the exact house you grew up in. And just a little bit further down the line, you see a house that was readily referred to as your parents' first house before they moved into this one. They did a bit of like house hunting. Would you believe it?
Oh my God.
So that one is there too. And of course, to top it off, the third of these buildings that you recognize beyond these 3 buildings, everything else in this village, you see a couple of shops that are exactly the same as you remember them. You see just certain stalls, certain trees, certain water fountains, like the exact same. But the only thing that seems to have been changed here is there was this beautiful library by where you grew up that was owned and run by the Arcanic Church. And a similar copy to this building has now taken place kind of near the center of this square, except for it has been there. It used to be 2 stories. Now it's 3. And it's kind of been girl bossified. It's a full mansion now.
Oh no.
And And so that's weird. That's definitely a little strange.
Sure.
Because everything else is the same. And so that definitely is a stark difference. And the perhaps most interesting part of that building is you get the feeling, due to certain ways that the outdoor exterior of this building is set, just by the way certain hinges or bricks are placed, that there is some sort of enhancement to this that you are not able to place in this moment.
Terrifying. Okay.
And Thievius and Valeria stop in front of your childhood home and turn back to you and say, and no, I think it's specifically Thievius who says,
God.
I hope you will be comfortable here.
I mean, I guess I might. It is my house. So you live just like in the bones of my childhood too? Is this how do you feel about this? I think Gideon's just like flabbergasted, like does not know how to take any of this. Like it's just completely.
Well, Gideon Flux aren't allowed in Kurthis, and so I've tried to recreate some of that familiarity down here.
That's very kind of you. I wouldn't think a Flux would want to live in Kurthis.
No, but
Or-
one may want to experience it.
Sure. I mean, it wasn't that special, but
Oh. I think Karthus is incredibly special.
you should have visited. And then I go through the door, I guess, into my house.
Goodbye. Perfect. Yeah, so you do you shut the door like a teenager? I do need to know.
No, I'm just like, I think Gideon's just dissociating, wandering around looking at it. Like, it's like
Yeah.
being in a museum of like your own life. So I think they leave the door ajar behind them. As they're like walking through. I think they're kind of freaked out by this. Like, what the fuck? Why would you do this? Can you imagine if you have a wife and she's like, hi babe, can we live in my ex-husband's house? And the one before that, and we make a whole town that's like themed off of it. I would feel weird.
So they're not living here. You see that they leave you at this house and go to start
Oh.
walking towards the Girl Boss library. This seems to be a house that is entirely yours for duration of the stay, which is good considering you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guests under your name.
Popular. Popular.
So, and I think you immediately begin to see hints of those guests here. Chade's shoes neatly set right by the door. You see that like Morrow's shield is like hung up where coats would go. There is small creature comforts that you're taking in as you begin to take in this house. But there are also creature uncomforts, and those are, as you are walking in, there is a conflicting sense of era here. And it is hard to determine which is most unsettling. The fact that Alan's office is here, recreated perfectly, since the last a one for one replica from the last time you've seen it, or the fact that the only room that is not as you most recently remembered it was Alan's bedroom, which has been restored perfectly as a one for one replica of your parents' bedroom.
What the fuck, dude? Okay. Cool.
And as you approach the room that you would usually consider yours, you see that there is a Howl's Moving Castle-esque dial on it. Do you fuck with that at all?
Of course, yes. Yes.
Just
fun.
checking in.
Yes.
Just checking in. As you turn it and open it, so the first time you open it, you recognize it as the room as you most recently remember it, which was which you can tell me, what was Gideon's room in Alan's house most recently like?
Oh my god, I made it on Dungeon Draft.
Didn't you?
100 years ago. Yes,
Right?
it was. Yes, it was just messy dorm core. I think there were like books everywhere, clothes everywhere, like window ajar. Very much like I'm not in this room a lot, and it's just sort of a place where I keep piles of my clothes. Very messy. I think like some liquor bottles like strewn on the floor. Gideon changes the knob.
You change the knob. So you close the door, you change the knob, you open the door again, and it is from I would say the like as you realize this section is split into three. This dais is. You are on the first dais. As you move to the second one, you open it. And this was your bedroom at its most rebellious stage from your early, where you define your most rebellious stage.
Like 15, 16 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so the bedroom is looking like that. Any major changes between that one and this one?
Yeah, I think when Gideon goes to like, do they have to like close it when it switches over?
Mm-hmm.
When they go to open it, the dresser's in front of it because Gideon would always be like, stay out of my room. So they have to like shove the door open as their dresser is in front of it, blocking Alan from like suddenly coming in and be like, what's going on in here? I think there are like posters of like comic book like heroes all over the wall of like, you know, posing and like flexing. And there's like a stack of comic books right next to the table. Like food and snacks like hoarded of like, oh, I'm gonna eat in my room tonight. I think there's like a few stuffed animals around, but like there are none that made it to Gideon's adult era. But there are like a couple here. I agree.
Okay. Oh no.
I have a million on the bed next to me. Just know I don't stand by this choice, but that's what Gideon would do.
Perfect.
But yeah, definitely like comic book things everywhere. And I think there's like a fresh pie on their like desk. Like, oh, they were like baking, but it's not very good. It looks messy. This is when they're still kind of like learning how to bake well. So you see sort of like a sloppy Gideon pie over on the desk that they've like taken up to their room.
Oh
Because I don't
no.
want anyone to see it.
Oh, I love that. Just like a half crust that's like exploded a little and fallen off to the side, staining the papers below it. Love to see it. So yeah, this room's going to be a little bit harder to get into, but I think with the right amount of people helping you shove it open, you may be able to get that done. And as I am assuming you also check out the last of this piece. Yes. So this final piece is you shut the door. Not that it was open that much. As you shut the door and switch it, you open it wide. And this is the room your parents made for you. A room that was equal parts them and you. And it's been a long time since you've seen it.
Yeah. I think this is the one that Gideon leaves it as. I don't know if you have an idea of what it looks like, but I have a few.
I'll spice it up. Please start.
I think the ceiling is like a moving constellation of like the stars that have been like enchanted to like move like where Kurthus is at that time. So it's like you're looking up into the night sky. But there's like a little bit of like, you know how like when a little kid has a room, you have like cute little soft lights, so it's not as scary in there at nighttime. I think there are little soft like mushroom lights and like little gently glowing stuffed animals. There is like the Squishmallow like pile, I think, in one corner of like cute stuffed animals, and then like a several strewn on the bed. But the room is otherwise like very like tidy, very like delicately kept. I think there is an entire bookshelf of like color coordinated to look aesthetically pleasing like children's storybooks, most of which are on the Apotheon sisters. And there's one particular one resting right on the bedside table, of just like the most fluffy looking, like the bed almost looks like a cloud. It's just so soft, like the softest comforter and like a bunch of pillows. I imagine it's like a big circle bed, like almost to emulate like a cloud, like a fun shape for a kid. And the room is lit in like very soft purples and like pinks. Just like a little fairy tale vibe.
Yeah, I think that one of the most fairy tale-esque parts of this is your window was almost never fully shut because there was a small piece of machinery that prevented it to be so. Just this small metal pole that extended out from the very sliver at the top of this window, and on it is anchored above your bed this giant mechanical cloud that you can just barely see the silver gears whirring inside of. And every day, Gideon, you would wake up and this cloud that was so lovingly crafted for you above you would, before you even left, tell you what the weather was like. Some days you would wake up to the feeling of sun on your skin. Other days you would wake up to the sound, less the feel of a gentle rolling thunderstorm. And it shifted with the weather around you and brought a little piece of the sky into your bedroom. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaving it as this one. I don't know. That's weird, but it's just too cozy. Gideon keeps it as their like childhood room.
Absolutely. What if that was just like the end of a BuzzFeed quiz? Let me tell you, depending on what you picked, here's all the things I have to say about you. Someone's like, okay, so the PowerPoint about that decision to start, there's a lot to be taken from that. I think that's a yummy little choice. So I think you hear the sounds of movement around. I think like as you kind of peek your head over the top stairway, you like also know this in your heart. You're not like worried someone else is doing it because it is like such a familiar like scene to you. You can see that Alan has shut himself in their office, and you can kind of see that faint glowing light because this door is not completely there's some like frosted glass on it. You can kind of see the very familiar frame of Alan. Pace, I think, is the best word around this office. You can kind of hear the sounds of your entourage about. But I think before your doorbell rings, are you planning a change of clothing at all for this next course? And before you are interrupted, how early or late do you intend on being? And are you trying to get anything in particular done?
I think Gideon's absolutely going to be late getting ready, very Gideon style. I will say much less elegantly than Current. It's not like an intentional vibe. It's like, oh, I legitimately took so long getting ready. I like fucked up my time management skills. I'm showing up late. I'm not gonna come. I'm gonna come in with a better vibe, but that's the truth of it. But yeah, absolutely an outfit change. I was panicking and looking at dresses while everyone else was describing theirs. So,
are you ready?
No. Someone else. I imagine it is. Sure, I'll just do it. We'll go for it. I imagine it's still like a black dress with like the half dead pink rose epaulets on Gideon's shoulders that have like gold chains hanging down from them. But they have this like black and silvery dress that has sort of like Morticia Adams, like cape sleeves that go down really far but turn into mist before they touch the floor. And so does the rest of the dress. Like it trails off behind Gideon, but then it just turns into like a glittering, silvery, cold mist as Gideon walks around that trails behind them. Otherwise, I think the dress is completely black, but has very similar to Gideon's ceiling, shifting stars that move across them as they walk. And I'm remembering now how I described this look months ago when I thought of it, which is like, you know, in the show Chowder, when characters move and you see the pattern like moving behind them. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? That's what it looks like. Thank you, Lyrica. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you everyone who knows Chowder. Sexy Chowder vibes is what I'm going for tonight. Just in the terms of the pattern moving.
Cartoon Network suing.
I just need everybody to know that sexy chowder is not a reference I would have ever thought would have
It is
clicked
the name
in
of my
life,
style
and
band, though.
that's what it needs to be. Yeah, no, definitely.
I don't know how else to describe it. Yeah, just this cool black dress with stars that move over it. And what else? Oh, I had one last thing and I can't remember it. Yeah, that's all. That's all I can think of right now for Gideon's look. Oh,
It'll
a really
be a
high
sexy little
slit
surprise.
on the dress. That's what I
Oh
imagined.
God,
That was it.
perfect. Is there like a showman's dagger there, or is it just the angle of the dress?
Just the angle of the dress, because I don't need weapons.
That's so true. You already got them. I love that. Okay. So are you trying to do anything else before we find you to be interrupted?
I think like Gideon would want to check in with Alan and everyone real quick just to see how they're doing. But if it's like a big talk, we can save it till later. I just want to make sure everyone's like not doing horrible right now. Mostly Alan due to where we are.
Yeah, Alan is suspiciously trying to convince you that he is fine. And I don't think you're going to get anything but that from him as he is standing in the ghost of this house.
Sure.
So that is the only, yeah, I'm fine. Don't you need to be getting ready? It's like when you try to like start a new dialogue, it's just like, it's just that, which does seem to be a self-preservation mechanism for sure. And then I think that you actually notice that Morrow is like found some planks and is like boarding up the majority of the windows on the main floor.
Thank you. This is weird, right? This is weird. This is weird.
I don't think Mara would quite understand why it is incredibly weird. Mara's just like, no, I saw that the water was blood and I'm putting planks on the windows.
That's fair. Yeah, well, do you know what this place is? You wouldn't know, would you? This is my house. This is my house.
You bought a house?
No.
You bought this house?
No.
Why would you buy this house?
I would never. I would talk to you first. A lot has happened since we left. There's a lot of things happening. This is my house, recreated, which is scary. And if you go in my room, don't go in my room. Maybe go in the middle one. There's some comics in there. Don't go in the most recent. And then don't look at the one from when I was little, because that's embarrassing. You can see my childhood room here. That feels... We haven't been... We're not. I don't know if we're... How are you? What's up with you? Actually...
Oh my God. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I think Mara's cheeks get like a little red. And they're like, I just like won't go off the main floor. Then I think I won't let Chade go anywhere.
Just definitely not. At least not in my rooms. The one room that is all the rooms. This is just a really weird situation. I appreciate you holding on during this.
Did they bring the house here?
No, I think they recreated it, which is scary. right? It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no one else is confirming that feeling within me, and I
No,
appreciate you.
that is startling. Is that magic? Is
Yeah,
that just counterintelligence?
yeah. That's the upsetting thing is it's recent, right? Like it looks like how it did before I left, which means she could like see what I was doing before I left, but like never talk to me, which is like a lot to unpack. But I get to go unpack it in public, which is fun. So that's cool. So
I'll be not in public. I'll be here in the house.
I'm jealous. I wish we could switch places.
Oh, I wish we could. Yeah, no, would much rather sequester you in this house and away from the Blood River, if I had my way. But now I will stop Jade from drowning in the Blood River, and I will burn anything in the fireplace that you want me to.
Thank you. I am once again so glad you're here. I'm sorry. Things have been so wild, but I'll check
I
in
saw
after.
Nakia go into the house across the street, so I think that one's hers.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. I'll check in with her, and I'll come back after the next course, I guess.
I think it's I hate to say this. I think it's purposeful that your entire kin unit is in the Blood Village.
Yeah, it's a lot, and I don't like it. What can you do? Am I right? We'll just get through it,
I
and
will
then we'll
burn
leave.
every house in this village down if you want me to.
We'll do it on the way out. I appreciate that.
We just gotta make sure that no one gets burned. As far as I'm concerned, that's well within the rules.
Yeah. You and Mildred, between the two of you, I believe Jade will stay alive. So, yeah.
I told Jade that Alan is in charge. Was that the right call?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Alan, yes. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've done nothing but bad things. So, great.
You did bad. You did bad things?
Oh. Well, I invited Doxon to the party. He's here now, so I don't know how it's gonna go for us. Just a heads up.
Another god.
Another god. Yes, yeah, that's what he is. Yes.
Yes. I didn't know you were friends with so many.
I didn't either. Things happen very quickly. I thought it would be a good power move.
Mm-hmm. You know, power moves are really important right now.
Do I look okay, or should I?
Why is it bad that you invited a god? I don't under. Is it just because Ampara's going to be upset?
I think so, but I'm sort of hoping he enjoys it. That's sort of the angle I'm going for. That was my strategy in doing this.
I think that panache will sort itself out.
Okay, great. That's what I thought. Okay.
Hopefully.
I should go. Or not?
Yeah, no, I have the boards.
Right.
So. And I think just like right after that moment, the doorbell rings. Kaylin, you are standing outside of a house in a village that is incredibly friendly looking, apart from the river of blood that runs through it. You have my question for you is, did you get the house right first guess?
What a great question. Probably not.
Thank you.
I probably I probably went to Nakia's.
Oh boy.
I just have a gut feeling that's where I went.
Yeah. No, I love that. I think yeah, so you immediately I think you have snuck out enough to recognize a part of Kurthus when you are inside of it. I think you do pick up on the fact that this is a replica of a certain part of the neighborhood, though I'm not sure you'd be able to place more details than that.
Right. No, that makes sense. But I would have been to Gideon's house. Okay, wait, all right. I'm
Would you have
forgetting
been?
that
Oh yes, you have
Yeah,
recently. So you would like
yeah.
know.
So then I should know. So then I would have gotten the house right first. Sorry, I'm not even thinking.
Oh yeah.
The fact that it was the house. Yes. So then, yeah, I would have guessed the right house, but I also would have been very concerned that it looks just like Gideon's house in Kurthus.
Yeah, I think as you're walking up to the door, oh boy, I forgot that I got to make sure that I'm ready to do all the voice switching. It's been a while. I'm rusty.
Does this sound about right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So as you're walking up, Mirafal looks up at your face and goes,
Why do you look sad about this nice house?
This it is a nice house, isn't it? It's just a little weird. Because this house looks exactly the same as the house that I know where I'm from. So it's just weird that you
Oh.
would have the exact same house here.
Maybe they hired the same house builders.
Yeah. See, but it's not that it's like looks like the house. It is the house. I feel like if you hired the same builders, you'd at least have some little design changes here and there, but no. This is the exact house. Very strange.
So we're suspicious.
Yes, exactly. Are suspicious.
Okay. That window has boards on it.
That is weird. Indeed. I'm glad you noticed that. Let me ask you, Mirafel, as you look around here, is there anything that seems really familiar to you?
I mean, I've been here before.
That's fair. That makes sense. But is there anything here that you've also seen not here?
2 here's? Mm, well, this house or things like around.
Do any of the buildings look like buildings that you've seen anywhere else?
Well, that building gets up and walks, so I've seen it in a different place.
I'm sorry, and which building is that?
this one is what you would recognize as one of the arcanic libraries that are stationed kind of around Kurthus as libraries or propaganda stations. And you realize that another story has been built on it. And there does seem to be an amount of strange looking hinges in certain places that does not have a familiarity to you.
Okay, and where does this house walk to? Well, just around here, or like it travels lots of places?
Oh yeah, I've been lots of places with it. I'm not allowed to go in it when it's in its super tall mode. That's adults only.
It has a super tall mode.
Yeah, when it's just using the small 8 legs, that's when I am allowed.
And so you don't know what happens when it's in super tall mode?
The circus, I think. I'm not sure.
Is she alluding to adult activities? No. Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
She has said she said that she is not allowed to go when this house is in circus mode, and you have no idea what that means.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Circus mode. Do I know Thievius's Joker jester guy form? Have I met him as that, or have I?
Yeah, so he was in. You've seen him. You're like the
I've seen
only
him both,
one who's
right?
seen
Okay, yeah.
both of these versions of him. The like
Okay.
very demure, just like friendly father figure who was in the village of Cairn Coast, and also like the tricked out Joker that was standing out on Para's side. Well, you did your little dance. So both.
Okay, so I'm like, all right, well that's interesting, and I think I'll just make a note to myself to try and ask Nakia if she has any the hell goes on during clown hours over there. If I end up seeing her at some point. But okay, well that's really interesting, Mirafel. I guess I'll have to. I don't know. I'm an adult. Maybe I can go to the circus.
I guess you could. You have to be friends with Thevey is.
Oh, well, I'm sure that could be arranged. Okay.
And I don't know if you're friends. Are you friends?
I just met him recently, so I think it takes a
New
little time to
friends.
be. Yeah, new friends. Exactly. We are new friends. Anyway, are you excited to meet Gideon?
Very much so, but I can't reach the doorbell.
That's okay. I can ring the bell.
Gideon. Right after planks is when you hear a very familiar chime, the most familiar chime even echo around the house.
I creep to the door like I am in a horror movie, like slowly. Gideon is not expecting a sweet child on the other side of the door.
Morrow gets her sword out and is following right directly behind you. Goes, do you want me to open the door? Stay there. I'll look out the window. Goes and kind of like pries one of the door like boards and like tries to and like thunk, like hits herself in the chest as she like pulls it out accidentally and like is like looking through this tiny little and then kind of just like trying to casually like be like it didn't happen and is like holding the board up with her arm as she turns back to you and goes, it's your prince guy whose name I am.
Corvin, my prince?
No.
My little prince?
The other K name, the other K name.
Corvin's with a C.
Oh, then
Sunshade.
Okay, I should go erase the chalkboard then. It's fine.
Oh, no.
I was making a list of foes and friends because I was starting to get very confused about who was which. Anyways, Prince K is at the door. Oh, God, and Mara like moves her hand away at the door. The plank falls and it's just like,
oh great, no swords. Okay, Kaylin. All right. Yeah, Gideon goes to open the door.
but even though Mara's like keeping her sword kind of like at ready, you go to the door and open it. Kaylin, in the last few moments before the door has opened, Mirafel has gotten shy and is hiding behind you.
You don't have to be shy, Mirafel. Gideon's so cool. She's like so nice. You're gonna love them. It's gonna be so great.
Yeah, and slowly out from behind Kaylin, Mirafel kind of like peers around.
Oh my God. I think Gideon was mid like mock bow. Like they're like, hello, my prince. As they see Kaylin, so they're literally like half like bowed as they like open the door. They go, oh. Would you like to come in?
Yeah, I figured I would try to arrange this little meeting. So yeah, we would love to come in. Come on, Mirabelle.
You should be aware that this is a suspicious house, though.
A suspicious house. It is. It is suspicious. I agree. But everything's cool in here. I would not let you into a scary house. Gideon steps aside, like
And it's definitely a childlike thing where it's like bravery, 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 until like faced with the exact moment in which you would need to be that amount of brave, and it is just pure like, ha! Like it's just so she's suddenly very much more just like skittish as she like follows Kaylin directly into the house. And I think like when Mara sees there's a kid, she like immediately puts the sword back and like is like very trying to be cool. And yeah, so they follow you in through the threshold, and you're able to kind of like shut the door away from any prying eyes that you feel may be outside of the house rather than inside of it. And you know that these next few moments are gonna count big time.
Gideon gets down on one knee to be more like eye level. My name's Gideon. You must be Mirafal?
My name is Mirafal, Gideon. It is very nice to meet you.
Gideon like gives her like a two-handed handshake and goes, "It is very nice to meet you too." I think Gideon's like trying to not like cry from like joy, like meeting her sister, so she has like smiling really big, but is like maybe their eyes are a little watery.
So you live in the sky?
I did, yeah. And then I got on a ship and a whole bunch of stuff happened and now I'm here. But this place looks like my house in the sky. It's recreated. Exactly. So that's why it's a little suspicious. It's just wacky.
Oh. I understand. Your house is very nice.
Thank you. Do you want to see something cool? All right. And like Gideon like nods for Kaylin or whoever wants to follow and leads her up to Gideon's like childhood room that she might be more comfortable in because it has a better vibe, perhaps.
Yeah, Kaylin will follow.
So Gideon goes up and makes sure it's switched to the right era and like opens the door. Kind of looks at Kaylin. He's like, "This was my room in House at all," which is fun. But
I think, like, how little?
Like, I think like probably around like Mirafal's age, like maybe like a little bit younger, like 5 or so.
I'm wondering if Kaylin might have seen it that way, or if
you probably saw like parts of it, but not in the state it's in now. Like you probably saw like certain elements of this having faded over time, but not it as it was like in this era, I imagine.
Well, this is interesting. There's certainly some items in this room that I recognize.
Me too. I like that book and that one. I think I have that bear. I can't believe we have so much in common.
Hell yeah. Yeah, you got a good taste in books? There's a whole pile of stuffed animals if you would like to be thrown into it. That's what I did when I was little, is I would get actively tossed into it and then disappear in the stuffed animals. So.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That was the cool thing I was going to show you. But I didn't want to throw you as a surprise, so.
Oh, thank you for asking first. I don't think I would have liked it if it was a surprise.
No, me neither.
Do you like surprises?
Most of the time, if they're nice surprises, yeah, it's always fun.
Okay, surprise!
And at this moment, she holds out one of her signature hands, which I don't know if you have seen a signature hand before, TM. So there is the initial shock of a severed hand being handed out to you.
Oh my god.
But the really cool thing about it is that this hand was made for you. It's got cool rings, tattoos, and the nails are painted black with like tiny little stars. And actually, as you are like looking at it, one of the little tattoos, which are drawings, a child's drawings even, one of them is actually the like a pretty honest child artist's account of one of the exact stuffed bear that was just in reference, and a lot of other things that you're realizing as you feel you might have in common. There is some pictures of magic. There are some flowers because I think the child thought that that was a somewhat safe bet. And then there are other things that you are maybe guessing are some of her favorite things. There is a very specific looking kind of like cookie, you think, given its disc shape. There is some recreations of you would later come to know some of her friends, more tiny hands, a visage of Nakia, and also a knife. So it's like that, and the iconography of each of the three Apotheon sisters that are the most jarring to see on this hand. But again, the black nail polish with the tiny stars in it is beautiful.
Mirafall, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Ever, probably. And I've seen a lot of stuff.
Wow. That is an honor to hear from you, who is so well traveled. You've seen so many things. Wow. I forgot what I was going to say about it. It should keep you safe from the colossals now, which your friend Brian thought was nifty.
Nifty. That is a perfect word for it, and very helpful. I've run into too many How did you do that? Are you friends? How did you do that? That's wild. You're very good at magic, Mirafall. I have no clue how you pull that off.
Well, it's the godhood, Gideon.
Sure. Yeah, so you know about all that. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
we're gonna be gods together, which is really important. And when Nakia and I had our first conversation about this, it did not go good. And I want to make sure that this one does. So I made you a hand. Nakia didn't like hers. I maybe should have waited. I hope you thought it's fine.
I love it. I'm like Gideon's like trying to find a way to keep it on her person, and it's too big
If you go to kind of like press it, it will animate and crawl and perch up on your shoulder.
Absolutely. Yeah. I put it on my shoulder. Mirafall, I'm so happy to meet you, and I'm just sorry I didn't come sooner. If I'd known you were here, I would have found a way off Kurthus no matter what to come meet you and Nakia sooner.
Oh, it's totally okay. I was always told that I would meet you last.
Well, do you know why that was?
Fate.
Well, I can't argue with that, but I feel bad. I don't have a present for you, so
You can throw me.
Sure. We'll
Gideon's
do that.
also a really good baker. So maybe like some snacks.
Thank you, Caleb. Yeah, I could whip something up. That'd be fun. I did have one of those drinks earlier that help with plant things though. So I'm gonna just real quick make one of these. And I think there's like maybe like a little flower on like a tableside bed. And Gideon makes like a little flower crown of like hands each holding each other to like go around into like a little crown with like little flowers popping out of it. It looks like you know, when people make like bush art, it looks like that, like perfectly, but with like little flowers all over it. And Gideon hands it to Mirafall and goes, I know this is not nearly as delicately made as yours, but this is the best I could do on short notice, so I hope you like it.
And she takes it with these like big eyes, which you are able to see better before she puts the flower crown on, because she goes and she puts it on and she doesn't like rest it. She childishly like kind of like tugs it down to make sure it's on, and like her bangs are then like, well, they were almost already occluding her eyes. It kind of helps seal the deal. But she seems truly elated. And then she goes,
Can you make one for all of us so we can match?
Yeah. Do you think Nakia would like it?
Oh, I meant Kaylin.
Oh, Kaylin will like it. Oh, yes. Kaylin's a bit nicer than Nakia. And then Gideon goes and is like, what colors would you like, my prince? Would you green to match your
Should I
hair?
be calling you Prince?
No, don't. Never call him prince.
I'm so
No, that's just a joke. That's just a
Oh,
joke
okay.
between me and Gideon. Just a joke.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, jokes. Okay.
Yeah, green, and maybe some purple. That sounds wonderful.
Of
Those
course.
colors go together well, right?
Yeah, these will look good on you. And Gideon makes another little hand crown and puts it on you. Your crown.
Why, thank you. It is beautiful. So Mirafell, was there anything else that you wanted to make sure that you told Gideon, or that you wanted to, from maybe in the temple?
Oh. Yeah, I wanted to say that I'm sorry.
Mirafall. Gideon's face like falls. You don't have to be sorry. You're just a kid. You're just doing what you thought you had to do.
Well, as Mom says, I might be a kid, but I'm also a god, and that path is very important. And that means that some things that only adults would see or do, like fight, I'm allowed.
You're allowed to fight?
Yeah?
So you're
Okay.
allowed to participate in some adult things, but not all adult.
Only fighting is the adult thing I'm
Only
allowed
fighting.
to do. That's the single
Okay.
one thing.
Mirafell did inform me that the house outside transforms into a tall building, that they are not allowed to participate in that time.
Oh.
So I'm just curious. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, the blood circus is for adults only.
the blood circus. Okay. He really goes hard into the theme. He really commits. Okay. Is Thievius nice to you? Is he are you happy?
Sometimes he gives me piggyback rides, and that's pretty fun. They're very busy. I don't know if you know this, but Thievius is actually a member of the Iron Eater Enclave, which means that he's away from work most of the time. But on times that we hang out and have dinner, yeah, sometimes we play Juno, my favorite card game.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. That's a pretty fun one. I've played a lot of card games in my day, so you've got good taste. Interesting.
Thanks.
Gideon
I
keeps
don't
looking
know.
over at Kaylin.
I don't know what my tongue has to do with this, but thank you. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to being sisters and gods together. I think it's gonna be really exciting.
You know, I think so too, and I agree that it's a very big responsibility that we have to handle very carefully. So I'm glad you feel the same. But, don't forget to be a kid. And then Gideon picks her up and throws her into the stuffed animal.
He just gets fully tossed. And I think as you toss, as Mirfall is being tossed, Kaylin, you are able to see out of the window Nakia leave her house in a very sharp suit. It is a mixture of, it is this navy blue suit with this beautiful pair of heeled boots, and all of the this lapel, Jesus, like lapel and the cuffs are all adorned, like not embroidered, it's not bedazzled not bedazzled either, but are all affixed with just like a series of like beautiful like ruby red gems that seem to go up in her arms in like flames, and it's just a very sharp suit. You see her leave and start heading towards the event with her mask at her side. You are getting the feeling that that the next course is approaching.
I will relay the information to Gideon and say, hey, maybe we should all get ready for that next course. Are you muted, Molly?
You're muted.
Hi. Yeah, Gideon looks over at you, Kaylin. Goes, yeah, I am already dressed, but do you need to get ready? Are you good to go?
Yeah, I could go. This is fine. I'll go with this.
It's a good look, especially with the flower
Thanks.
crown.
The flower crown, it's the piece de resistance.
Well, back into the lion's den, I guess.
Indeed.
Wow, have fun meeting lions.
Yeah, Mirfell, let me take you back over to the Snouse before I head out. You can.
Why would I go all the way back over there? I have a room in the house right there.
Well, I mean, I just figured, hey, it might be fun to it's like a vacation, right? Like you get to stay somewhere new and different and exciting.
Oh,
Plus, you might get to
I
find
haven't
some
been
new
allowed to
things
stay in
in
this house. Oh, and I did leave all of my hands there.
Yeah. I think it'd be a lot of
They
fun. You get to
get
play with
sometimes.
Corbin.
Yeah. Will they still play tag with me?
Yes, definitely.
Then let's
Corbin
go.
is loving it. All right, great.
then.
Gideon, you can join us. You can head out to, flexibility, whatever you please.
I have to see what you were calling a snouse before I can move on with my night. So yeah, I'll be going.
Fantastic.
I'll be going with you.
Come along for the ride.
Oh, I have this. I'm gonna make myself cry. I have this beautiful little visage of you guys like with the snouse in the far of this portrait, and then you both walking Mirafall back, who's demanded to hold onto both of your hands, and with all of your little flower crowns on,
Yes.
as you head to the snouse before the next course begins, which of course does leave Winona and the invisibility spelled brine to encounter what waits for them in the mushroom, both in forms of old friends and new friends, which is going to be the first thing we visit when we get back from our first break. See you in just a small moment, Godslayers. Stay thirsty. Howdy, and welcome back to Death2Divinity, the first all-fat, all-queer TTRPG show that is inside of your computer right now. That's us. If you have another one of those inside your computer right now, please introduce me. I would like to meet them. But I hope your break was good. I hope you got water, not TikTok water, not TikTok water.
I don't know if those aren't clear cups. I don't know if I can trust it. Is it watercolored? Kita came.
Oh, it's definitely TikTok water.
What is in your TikTok water, Lyrica? Tell us about
What
it.
is TikTok water?
I'm so
I promise
Great
No.
question. I have no idea.
Is it
So
like
there is a
essentially
new
Kool-Aid?
phenomenon. Yeah, so there is a new phenomenon known as water talk. And listen, I'm a Liquid IV girly. I'm a Liquid IV stan. I can rank my favorite
Same.
flavors. I need those electrolytes to live and girl boss. But these girl bosses, they're literally like they literally like they'll open their cabinet and they'll have just like a row of like metal water bottles, and they'll be like, all right, it's time for water of the day. And then they'll be like, first off, we're putting 6 pumps of Unicorn Brigade in here. And then they'll be like, and then we're putting 1 Sonic Ocean Water packet, followed up by 1 Crush Orange packet. And that's our water of the day. Like, that's the only way these girlies drink water. And it's like, it's like a cult. It's like an entire
So much.
society of American women specifically. Like, I cannot emphasize that enough.
Of course.
And so I
Yeah.
recently learned about this, and I have felt very haunted ever since, which is why I wanted to make sure that that chat was caring for itself, because that is not what caring for oneself
Excuse
looks
me.
like.
Excuse me, I gave Jojen treats from the coveted treat jar on my desk, and now she's trying to eat my plants.
That seems like you did that. I'm not gonna lie to you, bestie.
Your cat.
Okay. All right. So now that we've all confirmed good, clean Christian water here in this Chili's tonight, I'm
I think the Christians would be more
water.
likely to have a blood river, frankly.
So true, bestie.
Oh boy.
Let's get that water into the wine and let's have a fine old time. I hope you all have your sin waters at the ready. We're gonna keep playing some games. We are back to Acramon, a place which has never heard of aspartame, and that and
I thought you said Accutane. I was like, the like acne treatment.
Do not put that in your water.
Please do
not
not
put
put that in your
Accutane. Don't-
TikTok water.
Don't put aspartame in your water, and also don't put Accutane in. Don't do it. Neither one.
It's like we're going in a weird direction for the other half in this show. I didn't.
oh my
The
god.
purest way to cleanse your skin is to put the Accutane directly
In
into
the
your
water.
water with
Directly.
the mermaid tears or whatever it's called.
Mermaid tear?
Whatever that fucking syrup is called. It's like bright blue.
Oh,
Or
Blorpies?
4 pumps minimum.
Okay. All right. I'm normal again. We are going to back to Acramon, more specifically the Sacred Grove, the birthplace of the Apotheon sisters. And so sorry. And we are sadly kept from the visage of this original holy place. Gideon has read about it countless times in her various comic depictions of the Apotheon sisters' journey. Ones where like the sisters reunited in the end, even though that was factually untrue at the time. Just the good ending for kids, and then when they find out Santa's not real, they'll kind of grow up. And that visage is specifically kept from us because now glistening as bright as the sun in the middle of this grove is Onpara's palace. This beautiful like amber and crystalline structure that peeks out from the rainforest-esque treetops above the cascading waterfalls, and even above the mushrooms that we find ourselves in right now. Even though, fair Winona and Brine, this is the largest mushroom and perhaps the only mushroom you have ever been inside. As we recall, you tell me. So just to make sure that we're on the same place, you were led by Fife up through the center of this tower. You stopped at the window where both of you and Fife watched the scene from the window as Gideon introduced to her mom her new friend. And also Malaya Pira, you saw the beginning inclinations of some tension before Gideon stomped off, quote, Costco style. It was from there that you were led even further up into this mushroom, past a myriad of different workshops, some having the telltale sounds of machinery, which is strange for you because you thought that Flux were specifically opposed to such machinations, literally. You hear some whirring sounds of machinery, and though most of those places are kept out of a specific view, you would have to say, open a door or look in through a keyhole to do so. And please let me know if that is the case, if you end up trying to do that on your way to this room. But you were eventually led to where you will be staying. You were told down the hall is where your good friend, the head of the Ursimo Union, will be staying. And you were led to your own chambers. Just a simple door down should you choose to reunite with your bestie. Keep that in mind. I just know that you're very fond. In this room that you were led to, it was a beautiful sort of commons room that had a rather small sitting gathering place in which a balcony overlooks. Atop that balcony seemed to be a globe, which you both are unfamiliar with because neither of you are Gideon or Current, but a globe that should you go and interface with it, as Fife told you, you will able to project a full interactive world map of Acramon proper as it stands right now. Yes, I believe you did specifically bar your bestie from entering your place, which Fife did agree to help enforce. So Chintrix is off the invite list for this space. Luckily, this space is not just this kinder sitting section and the shall we call it a planetarium almost up here, but underneath that balcony is where 2 rooms are kept. So this is it's really easy to get a layout. It's a bit larger than the Snouse, but it's definitely smaller than Gideon's house replica as far as all things are concerned. And you were led into this room, which Brian, your father, and Winona, your dear friend, Mel Malone, were already hanging out. You walked into a bit of confusion, as I recall, as Brian's dad did seem to be comforting Mel about something, who was holding a letter and seemed to be less than thrilled. But beyond that, none of you attempted to get information. Well, Fife was still in the room, which is beyond fair as far as I'm concerned. However, now Fife has just left. I think they offered to get you something, and I feel like you took Fife up on that offer, but I literally couldn't tell you what that was.
So Fife asked if we wanted any books. And
what it
Brian
was.
said to bring them anything about the flora, fauna, and the gods. And then
Anything,
after she left, Mel told us about the skirmish at the fringes of the weeds.
Yeah. Okay. So you did get told about that. So we can pick up after that. I couldn't remember if that was pre or post technical issue.
Yeah, it was like right before a bunch of us got kicked off stream. But basically, Mel got a letter from Carlo that said there was a fringe at there was a skirmish at the fringe of the weeds, and some people died. depending on how this negotiation goes, and which I assume means the negotiation like at the party, right? Then the weeds could be in an exposed spot, which would put them all in really grave danger. Hugo also told Brian that she should always know what's in her vials, which
That's
is a
so true.
really
Fair
fair
point.
bit of fatherly advice.
Yeah, so just from a game mechanic spot, with the information of this skirmish, this skirmish, it's not a sandwich, a skirmish. At the end of the information of this skirmish, I think that Mel turns to you, Winona, and says, we just need to make sure that we're helping them out as much as we can. And with that, all of your needs for your family on your sheet right now, Winona, are at 0, but Carlo is now going to be going up to 1. Carlo's specific need is resources for the greater weeds. So.
Okay. Yeah. How can I what do you think makes sense? What do you think we can do?
Just seeing what information we can learn while we're here. If someone we don't like has a warehouse that they're not paying too close attention to, if someone we do like has things that they're not too sad to lose, anything really. If we could get the weeds to a more secure location, that would be obviously ideal, but I don't even know what that would look like down
Where are you
here.
set up right now?
Around a half mile from Karen Coast Village.
How much risk are you willing to take?
I would prefer non-combatant citizens to be in the least amount of risk possible.
Sure, that makes sense. Can Coast is relatively close to Miriage City, right?
Yeah.
I think she asks that of Hugo specifically.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah, sorry. So Mel's like, I fucking think.
I don't know. No, I think she. I think they turn to Hugo and say that, like, isn't Can Coast like relatively close to Miriage City?
Oh yeah, just across the big pond. Oh fuck me. Oh yeah. No, that was Canadian. Fuck. Okay. Let's see. It's
Get your accent straight, pa.
I know. Oh yeah, it's just across the big pond.
All right. I have some connections in Miriage that might be able to get you what you need, but you'd have to be willing to send a small party, maybe 3 or 4 people, to meet them at a safe-ish location, which down here is, even if it's safe-ish, it's not safe. You know what I mean?
I think we'd be able to spare a few people for that.
All right. I'll send word. Give me a few minutes. And I think Brian like goes and like sits in a corner for a second and like scribbles something on a piece of paper.
Yeah, while you're scribbling, Brian, you're in the middle of that when there is a penchant knock at your door. Is anyone specifically trying to be the person who answers the door?
Brian's going to shove that piece of paper back into her pocket and return to the group as if she hasn't done anything.
I think I'll look around and get a confirmation that it's okay for me to approach the door before I do it.
Yeah. I think you get a consensus that you should probably be the one to open the door.
Okay, so I'll walk up to the door and I'll crack it open.
Yeah, so you go and you crack open the door, and standing just a little too tall for the frame, there are very long legs, and boldly radiant body, one of Anpara's sprites, its head tilted just to fit inside of the frame, is staring back at you.
Um, you need, you need to come in.
It produces its arms from behind its back to hold two things out. One is an envelope, and one is something you're luckily familiar with by now, a mask. This mask is designed to resemble the face of a rabbit with a pair of large curved antlers branching out from just the forehead. The antlers are intricately crafted and plated with gold to give them a almost regal and majestic appearance. The mask is etched in this metal to look like fur, and on one side of the mask, a small golden bell hangs from one of the antlers, creating a tinkling sound as it's held out to you.
Brian has literally just appeared right next to Winona as the arms like stretched out, and she goes, "Nope, nobody here is going to the potty except for the two of us. We've already got our masks." And then I think if it doesn't move, she just kind of, "Did you hear me? We're good. We don't need. We got it."
It stays exactly where it is.
I think Brian like looks back at Mel and Hugo and then looks at Winona.
I think Winona is going to take the mask and kind of get like visual confirmation as she like backs away, like holding it.
They
Brian will
also
snatch the envelope.
hold out the envelope.
Yeah, Brian
Okay.
snatches the envelope.
Yeah, once you
So-
do that, if you go to slowly back away.
I'm
Can I
gonna.
just interrupt with an accessibility? Sorry, one second. Could you leave and rejoin the Google Meet, please? For some
Yeah.
reason, the captions
The
still
Google
are-
Meet's trying to curse us.
It muted me
Meat?
for some reason. And
The
then I
homophobia.
unmuted myself, and then
It
and
did it
was
again.
cursed.
yes.
Google.
Hold on.
Well, so rude.
Why are you so mean, Google? Oh, God, the ethereal storm still lingers.
I think Mercury is retrograde, so that would.
Oh yeah, no, that's been my whole entire life.
The
like,
lights
we-
did flicker as you said that, so if you could maybe keep it and check for a minute, that would be lovely.
Holy shit.
um,
Oh, that's
I'm
why you
checking-
fucking. Oops, sorry.
Mercury is no longer retrograde.
No,
oh,
it
so
no,
it just felt you were being disrespectful.
wasn't it like today or yesterday that it like literally just left.
Yeah, it's direct right now. It goes retrograde again in August, so we should have some peace at
Oh my
least.
God.
I haven't had peace. I asked to be let back in.
It's not showing that. What has happened? It doesn't. It's not telling me that you're trying to get in.
I'm doing it again.
Oh my god. The disrespect.
Should I do it again?
Yeah, you know what? Let me make a new meet. Y'all keep going, and then I'll just send the link out, and
my
we'll
God.
just. Yeah,
I gotcha.
okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you for
But
your.
yeah, so Brian has the envelope, Winona has the mask, and the sprite is retreating to leave. Is that
I'm gonna hold the mask over to Mel to see if that's who they want me to give the mask to, and see if it like.
It is standing incredibly stationary, but as you get closer to Mel, it seems to be like kind of like straightening up a little.
while Winona's doing that, I think Brian opens the envelope and reads whatever the message
Okay, it is
inside
addressed
says.
to Mel Malone on the front.
Oh, is it?
Oh, mother!
Yes.
Well,
You're muted, but you just told me that you're not seeing who it's
I
addressed
think
to, huh?
Brian doesn't look at who it's addressed to. I think she just opens it because she's rude.
That does make sense. I think it is at this point that I love that for us. I think at this point, yeah, you open it and it looks uncannily similar to your invitation to the ball, Winona. Though, Brian, you never received one, I do not believe. So you were not even gifted this joy. But,
No, I'm a prisoner.
Oh, or a party favor.
Prisoner.
Or a party favor.
Prisoner.
So yeah, no, you just open it right up, and it invites Mel Malone, specifically Melanie Malone, to the soiree of the century. It invites her to adorn the mask and join Winona for a time she will never forget.
So I think Brian reads this out, and then she looks up at Mel and she says, "Fuck. I didn't realize that rescuing my father would lead to you being the next invitee."
Yeah, I think Mel kind of like comes to read the letter over your shoulder. And then kind of looks between the two of you and says, well, it's one more pair of eyes on our side on the inside. How bad could that be?
True enough. And then I think Brian actually turns and looks at the sprite and says, "Okay, thank you for your message. Goodbye," and like shuts the door.
You hear like as it walks away.
Those things are so fucking creepy. I hate them. I hate them. Why are they so tall? I could fit like 6 of me in one of those.
I do not know. But your mask looks cool. No.
Yeah, it's a deer rabbit or something.
It's a jackalope.
A what?
A fruit?
A jackalope? It's a half rabbit, mostly antlered kind of thing. I think they're mythical. I don't think they're real.
Okay.
Okay.
They say that in perfect unison.
And I think Brian like is embarrassed that she knows the name of like this creature. Like it just feels like she feels weird being the one who like knows the thing. And so I think she just kind of like takes her little piece of paper back out of her pocket and finishes scribbling on it. And then she folds it up and sticks it in a glass of water so that it dissolves. And like as that happens, she kind of like brushes her hands together and she says, "All right, I should hear back from my contact in Mirage City within the hour."
Oh.
It's a system we developed a long time ago. It's for distance conversations.
You can stick a piece of paper into any body of water.
No, I
And
can
they
stick
just get
certain
it?
pieces of paper into bodies of water and they'll receive it.
You
Many
just
do you
have that
have?
paper on you all the time.
Yeah, I have 9 left after that. I'll have to get more next time I'm there. Which I will be soon if I don't manage to pull things off here.
I don't want to know what things are, do I?
Only if you want to keep your hands clean.
Mel nods like, yeah, I'm gonna do exactly fucking that.
I told Mel.
Out which part?
Who killed my mom and dad.
No,
don't think so. I don't think
heard
you've had
about the
time.
Omen Soul stuff, not so much the other thing.
Because you it's been like what 15 minutes since you found that out from Discord.
25.
Like it hasn't been.
Oh.
It was like very
That's
very
fair.
recently. You told
Okay.
Brian,
Yeah.
and Brian was like, "Well, in case I didn't have enough fucking reasons to kill that guy."
Okay. I just don't know if now is a good time to drop it. That's all.
Sure, that's a delicate balance. Yeah, I think Mel in the silence goes, well, my invitation explains why there were clothes in my size in one of those rooms.
Creepy. Are they nice?
She shrugs noncommittally. It's probably the nicest clothes she's ever seen. She shrugs noncommittally.
Do you mind if I make sure there's nothing suspicious about them?
You're welcome to double check my work.
And I think Brian kind of like slips into that room to make sure that nothing is, still there, bugs or other types of recording devices, etc.
What are you going to attempt to do that? Just,
You're muted all of a sudden. Yes. You're not making a single sound. I can hear you because you're around the corner from me, but nobody else can hear you.
Speakers.
Okay, well, Lyrica's alive again, so that's good at least.
I restarted because I couldn't hear Cam and I didn't know.
Okay, nobody can hear KM. Only I can hear
Okay.
KM. I'm the only
And
one
then
with the
and
power.
then I lost everybody's cams except for Julian and for Molly.
Oh no.
Oh my god. We need to go to an emergency break while we work out tech issues. Hi, besties! Welcome to Death2Divinity, the show where the gods regularly curse us. We'll be back shortly once we figure out some tech issues. We love you, and thanks for sticking with us. Okay, BRB!
you can never take me, ethereal storm! Back ye! Back! Back from whence you came. Oh, hey, everybody, just casting a spell. We're back. Welcome back to Divinity, the first all-fat, all-queer TTRPG show, right where we left you. We were dunking water, dunking notes into water like one would Oreos into water. And we are continuing on with the show. Oh,
They're gonna
man.
smite you and take away your mic access again.
All right, we are back in action. All right, where exactly did we leave off? Yeah, no, so you went to go search the room for bugs, and that's not a technical skill. That's you're not using a stat. You're just vibe checking, correct?
That's just a Brian thing. Yep.
Yep. So you look that over, and you're pretty sure that as far as you can see, there's no amount of counterintelligence happening in this room.
Cool. So I'll do that, and then I'm probably gone for a couple minutes just so that I'm extra thorough.
Yeah. Where have you? So Hugo is probably headed right on up to that little balcony standing and just started just looking around at all the different things this little planetarium has to offer, tracing from like where Terrapine is to like where you all are now, kind of looking at everything that's in between those points, tracking between that and Mariage City. He just starts kind of tinkering away at that. Which leaves Mel and Winona down in the communal meeting space, which I think Mel just kind of throws herself down onto one of the couches and says, well, what colors are you wearing? I don't want to clash then.
Winona is still kind of like, I think like glazed over from everything's like happening to her. She's not really responsive. So she's kind of like, I don't think I'm gonna change. I think I'm just gonna keep on what I have Yeah, whatever. I'm sure you'll look great in whatever you've got.
And you already look great, so there's no need for you to change.
I think as this conversation is happening, Brian comes back into the room and overhears just enough of it to be like, yep, everybody looks great. Also, there's a black number, and then that would be really easy to throw on Mel if you're concerned about it.
How did you know I was so concerned?
I've got ears for days.
It's true.
And Mel just kind of, right after like throwing herself down, kind of just laboriously hoists herself back up. She's like, all right, I'll change then. And then we can do this. She kind of just shakes her head in like a disbelief and heads off into the room to figure out what to wear.
And I think it, like, as she turns to leave, I think Brian kind of sets her hand on Winona's arm and she says, you got your head in the game, Fight Fair? You gonna make it through this night?
I don't know. I'm going to try. I don't know. But we'll see.
That makes sense. Well,
Oi! Delivery!
What?
Oi!
Brian whips around and keeps one hand on the knife under the dress that Gideon forced her to wear and uses the other one to like rip the door open. She goes, delivery for who?
Took you long enough. Don't you know how hard it is to wait in hallways?
Excruciating, I'm sure.
In front of you is this ink blue monster that you now know, monster of the Stargaze Grimoire. The entire mass. Now that it's like, you know how ink, when very contained, looks so dark blue that it almost seems black. Hard to tell, but now you can kind of see that there is just this like inky richness to Skeslyle's form, and it just almost literally like swirls of ink consistently moving around his body, somehow fitting around a leather jacket with nothing underneath and leather pants. And the slime, I think, is what we're gonna call it. What do we feel like? Goo, slime, viscera, gunk.
Ichor?
Where are we? Ichor, fine. The ichor. You can see that the ichor coalesces to this pompadour moment at the top of his head, and he's exactly the same height as you.
Brian squints and then goes, Skeslyle? Was that your name?
That's right, Brian. I'm going to decide on the accent right now. That's right, Brian. I'm going to finally introduce myself to you. Pleasure staying in your bag.
Brian looks down at his hand and then looks back up at his face and says, sorry for attempting to drown you by putting you into one of the bottles here.
Bygones are bygones. I literally can't decide on a voice for this kid. We'll land on something. He's changing it.
I think you did a full scene with him last episode, which makes it even funnier. Yeah, he definitely has talked to somebody else.
Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
No,
he wasn't Matthew McConaughey. Chinprix was Matthew McConaughey. All right.
I'll land on a voice eventually, and so will he. Isn't it nice to meet the friend you never knew you had? Best friend, some might say. I've seen your friends. Nothing on me.
In her head, Brian is like, until 2 hours ago, you were goo.
I've been by you
No,
at
she
your
thinks
side.
it. She
I know,
doesn't
and
say
he's
it.
still going
Okay,
on.
sure,
I've been by
okay.
you at your side. How many days?
So many years, I guess. I can't argue with that, huh?
Years?
Years. What year do you think it is?
What? 4401?
5, but close enough.
I'm 4 years off.
Yeah. Why don't you come inside?
Your bag was real cozy for those 4 years and barely noticed.
Yeah. I'm sorry about the few times the cat would kind of take you out and bat you around a little
No,
bit.
it was nice. I got warm. It's all good. Bygones are bygones.
Sure. Okay, yeah. Why don't you come in? And she like stands aside.
Guess I'll grandly steps in.
And then they close the door and then they turn around and they go, "Hey, Dad. Dad, this was in the vial. If you wanted to say hi."
Your dad comes to look over the edge of the balcony, looks down at the scene below, and goes, retreats back to what he's doing.
So, you said you had a delivery? Or were you the
I'm the delivery.
Okay, I had a feeling. So, what's the plan? What are you doing?
Well, I'm thinking you did try to kill me.
Unknowingly. If I had attempted to kill you knowingly, you'd be dead. So,
You. But I've been thinking of ways you might make it up to me.
by all means.
You gotta keep doing what you been doing.
Pot of the thing that I've been doing. Do you want me to keep doing?
Can I use a move? I'm listening to all this,
please.
right?
Absolutely, yes. You are being forced to listen to this changing accent.
Okay, so I want to use figure out a person.
Oh, I love that.
And I think my question. Well, I have to roll first, right?
Yes, I do believe.
Oh, give me a moment.
So figure out a person, you're going to roll plus wit. And then we're going to see how many questions you get to ask. Cannot wait.
Come on. One more multiverse.
Well, Kita's doing that. I have a question, a game question. So obviously Skessile's been in my bag for at least 4 years.
Sure.
And I did try to kill him.
Yeah.
Would you say that that is enough reason for me to have a string on him?
Do you have strings on the parchment in your bag? But yeah, no, you definitely. I think that would be.
I was gonna say the parchment in my bag is not sentient. He clearly is.
I think if maybe you could convince him that you're closely bonded because of that, you could have a string.
Okay, fair enough.
But I'm done handing them out, besties. These strings are earned. All right, so figuring out a person. What are we looking at?
I got a downbeat.
Oh, interesting. What do you speak up in this moment? Oh, you also have inspiration if you so choose to roll another d6 and add to it. It's just my duty to remind you in this moment.
I don't know if right now is the right time.
That makes sense to me. So what does a downbeat look like? Is it an internal emotional change with the situation? Do you end up saying something and it just like doesn't go well? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking I try to say something and then I just kind of black out. For lack of better, like mentally, not like black out, like mentally black out. You know, like when you're like thinking really hard and you like yeah, I was
And then like
Never mind.
there's this awkwardly held silence right after you say it. Never mind.
Yeah.
And then Skessile looks from you to Brine, from you to Brine, and then goes, "And you even know the Omen Soul. What can't you do?" And then I think there's this sort of crushing realization for you, Winona, that this person who's in this room is bonded to you just literally by nature of this gift that you have been given.
Fuck.
Which is
Cool.
a little bit of a wild thing to realize as Skess Lyle's changing accents are evolving in front of you.
Can you remind me, does Brian know that he's a monster from the Stargaze Grimoire?
It's pretty evident.
Okay, that's kind of what I figured. All right, so I'm happy to keep doing what I've been doing, and I'm happy to...
Specifically, dot the I's in Skess Lyle. You gotta keep hiding me.
About that.
Gotta
What page are
keep
you on?
me- Mama.
What page are you on
I got my own page.
in the grimoire?
I'm
What
my own
page are you on?
page.
I
I'm my
understand
own
that.
monster.
What number page are you on?
Numbers. You know, I didn't receive a formal education like you did.
Skess Lyle, if you want my protection, I
All
promise
right,
to give it.
it's lucky number 7. And you've been lucky this whole time because I've been in your bag. Here, I took this book from your bag. You can have it back.
How did you get turned into a sentient piece of goo?
I turned myself into a sentient piece of goo, as it
Can
were.
you do that again?
But I am worried about that.
So the thing is, had I known that you were a monster from the Stargaze Grimoire, specifically the 7th monster,
You got a best friend.
I would
He's
not
mustard.
have. I would not have
Lucky
taken
number
you out
7.
of that vial, especially not here, where the person who is hunting you happens to be.
Yeah, that is why I wanted to get talking about this real quick. I am reticent to go back in the vial because I cannot defend myself
But
in the vial, as it were. And
If
now
you're
I
back in the
know.
vial, I can keep you in
She
my
defended
bag. If I
you.
can keep you in my bag, then you're guaranteed safe. If I can't keep you in my bag, you're not guaranteed safe. Look at you. You're about the same size as I am. I can defend you as well as I can defend myself, which most times is fine, but other times not so fine.
What they said.
I've never seen you so lacking in confidence. All right.
Not lacking in confidence. That's not what I said.
You just said that you had ambivalent ability toward keeping me alive. Me, your best
no,
friend.
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Oh, I think
choosing-
we...
You're alive.
Sure. I mean, I think if you think about it from a grander global scale, we're all choosing to keep each other alive.
That's
It's called reciprocity.
just absolutely untrue. But regardless of that, here are your options. We can turn you back into the goo, put you in the vial, put you back in my bag. Or you can travel with us and we pray that you don't get actually killed in one of the very many skirmishes that we find ourselves in on a regular basis. Or
I just feel like she'd know that now goo's my thing. She knows
She
that I'm
might know that
hiding in
goo's your
little
thing.
vials. She's gonna go around crushing every little vial she sees in her hands.
Maybe
how do you
don't
feel
hide
about
knows in those
Cathinians?
hands?
How do you feel about Cathinians and how do you feel about hiding amongst Cathinians?
I'm only familiar with Kabigians.
Oh my god.
I almost slapped you for that, Skesslyle. I
Best
came this
friends
close.
only slap each other sometimes. Very fine line. What's it? What is that?
We have a settlement just outside of Kanko's village. I realize that brings you into unsettlingly close proximity to some of her allies, potentially, but it also gives you undue access to Miriage City where you could disappear.
The sky people! I'm back on
What else
board.
were you thinking of?
I thought Cathinians was a set of matchsticks or a nice board game that you could fold up and keep in your bag. I thought they were trying to get me tiny again.
It's Castimians, the board game. Castimian. I haven't played Castimian in years. Anyway, I could send you to this outpost that we have. You could help the people build up a better defense against the various ghouls and monsters that wander around in these godforsaken fucking woods.
I feel
You
like
could
I'm
disappear into Miriage
So
City.
can I just kind of stop you right there? I do feel like in the point that I am in my life right now, I am more in the business of being helped than I am helping.
That's great, but if I continue to help you to the detriment of the rest of the people I care about, then that's not really something I'm going to take advantage of now, is it?
Sure.
It's got to be some kind of symbiosis, especially if we're going to be best friends, right? Which we
I
are.
thought we were.
We are. We
Right.
are. We have been. You know, you've been in
And
my
you-
bag for 4 years. You slept next to my cat.
I have a vested interest in keeping you alive as well.
Never
But
once
yours
threw you
seems
overboard.
somewhat transactional.
I think all relationships, to some extent, in the middle of a war, have to be a little bit transactional from the
You want to
perspective
know what?
of.
The 4 years I was in your bag, right? Never once saw you go to a therapist. So
I need you to know something about Kurthis, which is where I was for the majority of that 4 years. Which is that there is nobody in Kurthis that I would trust to therapize me, or anyone for that matter.
Well, now you got me, lucky number 7, here to listen with an open heart.
Not a therapist somehow, I think.
I feel like accreditation is one simple step away. I'm worldly.
Worldly, all right. Well, I guess that gives you some credit for something somewhere. But anyway, I'm happy to keep you alive, but you got to be willing to keep me alive too.
Okay, that was where I thought we were starting. I thought
That's
we
where
had
we were
already we were
what?
starting, and we already achieved that bit of symbiote.
Okay, sure, but now you're saying that you don't want to help as much as you want to be helped.
Well, yeah, I helped you. I was your little guardian goo angel. In
How
your
did you
bag.
help me when you
4
would goo
years.
in a vial in my bag?
Oh well,
You
one
didn't
time.
ungoo yourself.
Well, one time I did roll out of your bag and stop you from getting hit by a horse running down the street. So
I've never
Fine,
almost
what?
been hit by a horse running down the street. There are no horses in Kurthis. What are you talking about?
damn, you're right. There are no horses in Kurthis. I forgot that essential piece of information about that flying.
You mistaken
down.
me for somebody else? I thought we were best friends. You know, honestly, Skessline, I'm hurt.
No, you're not.
Yes,
I know
yeah,
when you're
I
fucking
am.
hurt.
I
No.
am.
You don't go, I'm hurt when you're hurt. You stop talking, you cry, and then you go make 3 bad decisions. I haven't seen you
How
make
about
one
I
yet.
turn you into goo, put you back into a tube, and throw you out the window? Does that sound
Do
good?
you count the bad decisions? Is that like science for
Oh
real?
boy, if I ever. I want to make sure I started because I'm entering a new way of life. I want to make sure I wrote it down because my memory not the best. But yeah, I want to make sure I wrote the number down. By my judgment, 4,391 bad decisions.
And the first one was picking you up from that godforsaken fucking traitor.
Best decision you ever made. I agree.
That traitor owed me 400 coins. You know what I got instead? 200 coins. And you know what he said to me at the time? This tube will come in very handy someday.
And here I am with hands.
So what are you going to do with them?
I'm in the business. I'm negotiable.
It's not just hands that I need. You'll
I can
notice.
pen your memoir.
I don't want that. Staying under the radar. That's my style.
All right.
If you're just here to offer hands, I already got plenty of those. I got 2 myself, and then and she pulls Mirafell's hand out of her pocket.
Oh, God. You got worse things in your pockets now. All right.
This one protects me from colossals. What do?
Protects you from every fucking thing else, baby.
Protect me from the thing that's hunting you?
No.
How about her? You gonna protect her from the thing that's hunting you? Because the last time I checked, she's trying to kill all the first 10, which includes you and herself, in order to bring a god back. Sounds like nasty business, right? So I think if I keep you alive and you help me, that helps everybody.
All right. How can I help?
She's gonna turn and look at Winona. You got some kind of bonded relationship with monsters now, right?
It seems that way, yeah.
Okay. Can you, determine his skills?
I could just tell him to you.
Tell
Okay,
me.
but you just told me that you saved me from imminent death by a horse, and I haven't seen a horse in fucking decades, so I don't think that's true. Whatever you say, you might be embellishing.
Okay, well, first and foremost, I am a skilled truthsman. I'm also skilled at lying. So those first two things out of the way. Third,
Same, likewise.
I've fought in
She
almost
gives
every
him a
major
little tip
war
of the
since the
hat.
dawn of time. Fourth,
Fought for who? And against who?
I just whichever side was vibing at the time.
So you're a mercenary then.
Ooh, what?
It's just like whoever seemed like they would win, mostly.
A mercenary.
Oh yeah, I guess.
I.e. untrustable regardless of whatever declarations you make of best friendship. Here's the thing. I want you to be alive. I've got no desire for you to die. If you die, she's one step closer to killing the love of my life. However...
Okay, so now you need me. What's stopping me from going out, introducing myself to Valpiany and getting myself killed? Huh? You need me alive just as bad as I need you to keep me alive.
So you want to be
Checkmate.
alive. Why would you go and do that? Why would you commit suicide just to prove a point? That seems dumb.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not. I came here for help. I'm just saying you also have a vested
threatening me with something
interest.
that you're not
You're
going to do,
trying
which
to seem
implies that you're
disinterested
simply
in the
going to
weather
bluff.
of
And
effect
if
I
you
live
bluff
or
it, I'm
die,
not going to
or I'm
trust
a
you because
little
that
good
implies
guy
that
or
you're
I'm a
lying.
bad
All right. Both of you shut the fuck up.
I'm so sorry, Omen. So what can I do for you?
Guess what?
Yes,
What do you need?
life primarily, hands
Let me-
secondarily, third,
Her extra, Brian holds her extra
friendship.
hand out.
Fine.
Yeah.
What would best serve you in this situation?
This one not to die, because if she can't kill him, then she can't complete her fucking ritual.
Cool. So you need hands and not to die.
I
Which
get to live.
So what we've got to figure out. We've got to because
No, I've got no problem trying to keep him alive, but he's standing here acting like you can't fucking help on the reverse side. That seems fake. He's a monster from the Stargaze Grimoire. You're gonna stand here and tell me that a monster from the Stargaze Grimoire ain't got no fucking skills? He turned himself into goo, jumped into a vial, and ended up in my bag for 4 years.
Okay, I'm also poison. Are you happy? I'm also poison. Oh my
Is your
god.
skin poison? Somebody gotta touch you?
Yes, both.
Your skin is poison, yet you held your hand out for me to shake.
It's elective.
Listen, okay,
I
it's
don't like
slow.
you, but you are my best friend. And that's how I feel about a lot of my friends. So, sometimes it's like that, I guess.
I know those are 34 of your big mistakes.
I don't
Winona?
even know. Yeah.
I'm going to let you continue to navigate this conversation, whatever you, Winona Fight Fair, not the Yeoman Soul, Winona Fight Fair, need me to do. Let me know. And then she's going to go join her dad on the balcony.
But then now we're one in the same.
see.
So
What do you mean
That's
we're
the
one in
thing.
the same? She's going to spin
I am
around.
the Omen Soul.
I know you're the Yeoman
keep
Soul, but here's the
walking.
thing.
You're trying to leave. Keep walking.
You
No
shut up.
disrespect, Brian. Shut.
Winona, I understand that you are the Omen Soul. The Omen Soul is you. I understand it. I get
Yes.
it. I think it's terrifying. I think it's wonderful. I think it's all of those things. And I'm here to support you in all of the things that you are and all of the things that you do. The reason I'm saying that you, Winona Fight Fair, need to tell me, Brian, what to do is because you, Winona Fight Fair, are the person I love more than anyone else in the world. That is a weird little thing that came out of my purse not 20 minutes ago.
Also, Brian's a fan of outsource and responsibility as they see fit.
You are about 2 seconds from getting slapped, and if you activate your poisoning abilities, I will come back from the dead and haunt you forever.
Joke's on you. I don't believe in ghosts.
That's too bad, because they're everywhere. Crawl up your throat while you're not thinking about it. Start telling people all your deepest secrets.
Please, Brian.
She wants Gaslight. I thought we were friends. Is it? Are we friends? Are you poisoning me? What are we doing?
I have multitudes.
I also contain multitudes, and I don't fucking like you, but I'm willing to protect you. All I'm asking for is a little give and take.
I am taking, I'm giving, I'm doing it all already.
No, you're not.
I think that we need to come to a consensus.
What would you like that consensus to look like? Winona fight fair, parentheses,
I am
almond soul.
I am trying to figure that out. So, I mean, one thing I want to get straight, guess what? I respect the whole, fight for the winning team, but not all winning teams are good.
Mm-hmm.
We are both good, and we're gonna be the winning team. 2 for 2.
Okay, fair. So, like, all I ask is that you just don't act out of our favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Again?
I would never
Right.
aim to act outside of either of y'all's favors.
Disrespect.
So, why are my captions not working again?
Google, why is the ethereal storm still running rampant through our homes?
I am going to rejoin really quickly, but as I do that, look, I think that hiding amongst Carthinians is smart. I also think that we should have a way where you don't get yourself potentially noticed and or killed.
I see what you're saying, and I am keen to agree with that. I have been in a vial for turns out not days but years. I did just think you were making mistakes incredibly quickly. But I've grown fond of what's happening here, and I am reticent to go face so much change all at once. I'm not very change oriented. So
That's fair. So, seeing that you're not very what the fuck? Sorry. Seeing that you're not got it. Is it working now?
yes.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Seeing that you're not very change oriented, we can just find you a bigger vial. Or you can stretch your legs and we can figure something out.
I did miss my hands. I am enjoying hands. Well,
You like hands?
Just picking stuff up, setting it down. I am having a time with that. If push comes to shove that I have to say goodbye to hands again for my livelihood, I understand people have given up more for that.
Wait a minute. Isn't there a little girl that makes hands?
Yes,
Around?
that's how I got this one. It protects me from colossals. You were there, were you not? I don't remember.
Yes,
Yeah, you were there.
Can we somehow get Skesslyle a hand? Can we
Well,
turn?
he's good with it too. Hold on, I actually have a
give me
better.
hands.
I've been standing here and I've been thinking about it, and I have a proposal.
Okay, because I'm running out of ideas. So please.
Here's my proposal. Skesslyle,
Mm.
you have a vested
That's me.
interest in staying alive.
Yeah,
I
Big
have a
one.
vested interest in keeping you alive.
smaller one.
The primary way for us to keep you alive is to kill the person who's hunting you.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm.
Anpara technically has a rule against violence being committed on his palace grounds.
Oh yes.
Uh-huh.
There's nothing about violence committed off palace grounds.
Or please don't take me off palace grounds and kill me.
I'm not going to take you off.
They're not
palace
gonna kill
grounds and
you.
Kill you. What I'm thinking
Okay.
about is if we both leave palace grounds and kill Valmorax together.
Oh. Oh. The plan. How do I feel about the plan? Well,
Ultimately, and this is just an idea. You can tell me if you don't feel good about it. If
you
your poisoning ability is elective, and you just
Mhm.
so happened to brush up against a bit of exposed skin at some point during the party and then fled the palace, who would even know that you were responsible?
You want 2 people mad at me? That sounds like a recipe to get 2 people mad at me.
Which 2 people?
On Par and Valnorax. I don't know if you know
Well,
how
no,
the
you'd be
Grimoire works.
killing
Well, yeah,
Valnorax.
but they rank it by power. Yeah, I alone.
I understand that. Is there a way that we can like infuse you with more? Winona, do you have access to
Infuse
some kind
me?
of like secret monster tunnel or something where you could like summon backup?
I mean, there's the myth. I mean, I guess Doxon's here. But
That's
like,
true.
big guy.
Doxon is here. So Doxon's a god, right? Gods are far more
Yeah.
powerful than monsters, even the first monster in the Stargaze Grimoire. If you, me, and Doxon created a plan
on.
to go out to Valnorax,
Hold on. Oh, stop. Oh boy. Sorry. You saying that Doxon and Valnorax are in the same place?
yeah, they
yeah.
are. Why?
Mhm.
That's never happened.
What does it
What's
mean now that
happening
they
right
are?
now? Yeah.
Doxon's been hunting Valnorax since this all happened.
Oh,
you know.
fantastic. So we just
Sweet.
need to find Gideon.
Okay.
I
can do that.
Oh, Gideon. Oh,
You like
Gideon.
Yes.
All right.
If you ever do that again, I will wring your neck so fucking fast. Not gonna perv
That's
on my
good.
friends.
That's fucking funny.
Sorry.
But also, I get it. Anyway, so we're gonna find Gideon. We're gonna talk to Gideon, who is hopefully still with Doxon. Still with Doxon. That's okay. They were holding hands. We're gonna find Gideon. Gideon's going to lead us to Doxon. We're gonna tell Gideon the plan. Gideon won't be in the dark. Gideon, if you're somehow listening to this, don't worry. We're gonna find Gideon. We're gonna find Doxon. We're gonna fill Doxon in on the plan. You, Skeslisle, me, Doxon, and maybe Winona, depending on how you're feeling about your own soul powers. Gideon too, since Gideon's got the godling thing going on, we will all collectively go after Valnorax, save Ystera, save the world.
What I gotta say with that, about that, you're my best friend. I am okay with being used as bait, but you absolutely cannot butter me. That's it.
Butter you?
Yeah,
Bread?
exactly. That's a
I
no.
thought the monster who was butted in the myths was called Jorts.
That seems like it's not canon.
What kind of party are we going to? Buttering people?
It's a god party. Who
Just
fucking
want to
knows?
state my boundaries. All right. That sounds like a lofty plan, but
So we're gonna.
I
my
was
best
gonna
friend
say,
can do anything.
do we have a plan B perhaps? First, I agree with getting Gideon involved because Gideon is smart. But like, what? I just feel.
Plan. Should the first fall through.
Well,
I
no,
also-
the whole time I've been trying to find Valnorax, get her alone. I mean, she's been with us, but it wasn't until I figured out who she was and what she was doing that I realized she was at the top of my fucking hit list.
Fair.
She's here now. So is Malaya Pira.
Yeah.
Who's to say we don't just take them out?
The no
That's
killing
fair.
rule.
That. I also.
Then we'll also take care of the one who made that rule. I see no problem.
Ampara?
That's a lot of death.
I thought you can't talk in this
Mm.
house.
I didn't say his name.
I,
He's
how,
not gonna know. How's he gonna know?
I don't
How
know
would
how
he
you
know?
kill gods. I'm going to start with that. I'm liking that information.
So you wanna be used as bait to draw out Valnorax.
I did not say
but
want. I said you would have my consent.
You're willing to be used as bait
Yes.
to draw out Valnorax so that Doxon can murder her. And if she's murdered, she can't continue her plan. Here's the thing, though. I feel as if somebody other than her might be orchestrating all of this because she ultimately has to, she's the first monster. She has to die. So who at the other end of her death is the one who's going to make sure that the prophecy goes through?
Yeah.
It's Malaya
Valnyrex died already.
Yeah, and then came back.
Yeah. So
That's what you all do,
that's
from my understanding.
no, like died.
Who killed her?
Died.
Who killed her?
Well, there
Was
is
it Darkhan?
no,
She
because that
ever
would have
been
kind of
killed
ended the
by a
whole
god?
thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the details are, but I know that Valnyrex has been working with the Flux for a long time, and
The Flux are
she's
not gods.
nope. But they do got their own thing going on, huh?
Sure, but they're not gods.
No, but they are pretty powerful.
You want to know what's more powerful than either a Flux, a monster, or a god?
Friendship.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Winona?
Yeah. The power of friendship.
And I can't
Mhm.
believe I get to be friends with the Omens. Full. I never got a chance at this. It's an honor.
That's really sweet. It's really sweet. Thank you, Skeslisle. I no.
So, I don't think we need to lock this in 3 until we talk to Gideon and make sure that they're on board.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once
Okay.
we've got them on board, probably a good idea. Just so everybody's on the same page, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
And
Skeslisle.
I know that I can't be killed while the party is happening. So
You are safe here. That's true.
it's the second the
Oh.
party ends. I'm a little scared.
We've
So
got
how do
time.
we keep eyes on Skeslisle while we're gone? Make sure that he isn't killed.
We won't.
Or did I?
We're gonna put him in a tube and stick him in my pocket.
Oh, right. Okay, just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to get back to
I
the
am being
root
tubed again. Okay.
of the
The
plot.
thing
Yeah,
is,
there we
just for
go.
you to be tubed. Here's the thing: we put you in the tube for the duration of the party. We put you in my
Okay.
pocket. You're on my person
Okay.
during the party. The only
Okay.
other option I can see is leaving you with my father. And frankly, I'm not
No.
willing to sacrifice my father
You-
like that.
I think it's fair.
I
Sure.
think if I don't have eyes on you,
Sure.
there's a high likelihood that somebody goes after you, regardless of the no violence rule.
Oh,
And if my dad's there, he's just collateral damage, and I won't accept that.
I understand. All right. Say goodbye, hands.
Or
Now,
you don't have to do it right this second because we got to talk to Gideon first.
Are you sure? It looks like I just saw like 6 people go walking towards that big room out the window. I think you're like running behind
I
already.
got 2 options for you. We either turn you into go and stick you into the tube, or we turn you into a hand so that you get disguised as one of the hands that Mirafall's making.
Yeah.
You'd still have to stay with me.
Yeah,
could not
I'm
go
just
off on
one
your
of
own.
those. I'm just a hand. What can
Just
I
a
know?
hand.
I'm just a hand.
Just-
I'm
Just
ready.
an
hand.
extra hand. You're Winona's extra hand. You protect her against colossals.
Yes, that's me. And
Think you have the
hand
power to turn
don't
yourself into a hand?
talk. Oh, he's done. Snaps. And there's like this puff of blue smoke that has like shimmer in it. And by the time it fades away, a hand that is missing a finger is there, waiting.
All right. Brighton's gonna lean down and like scoop it up, and she presents it to Winona and says, "One hand at your service, Omen Soul."
um, where
I've been keeping mine in my pocket because it seems like the least egregious place to be carrying a hand. I know it's weird.
Okay.
An upgrade from goo.
You see
Yeah,
a
you're
little
right.
Remember
mouth.
when I showed
You
you
see
that
a little
pile of
mouth
goo?
appear on the outside of the hand, and it says, I could sit on your shoulder. I could walk
That's a
behind
little
you.
too
No.
I could
obvious.
grip onto your ankle real tight.
No. I think the pocket is the safest place to put you. I know it's a little dark. I know
I'm
it's a little
so
warm.
sorry. At least you'll. Yeah, I mean, but warm is nice.
Warm is
You know, it's cozy.
nice.
To give him some kind of identifying mark so nobody tries to swap him without you knowing. Hey, Mel.
Yeah, you turn now and realize that Mel has been standing in the doorway this entire time with like a mouth slightly ajar, just like in complete disbelief for everything that's happened so far.
Is she wearing lipstick?
The Mel black, yes. And just snapped
brain.
right out of her mouth. Yeah.
Mel, would you mind just laying one right on the back of this hand here?
Yeah, Brian, I would fucking mind. And Mel walks over and takes off a ring that Winona would find some sort of familiarity with and puts it on Skeslile's hand form.
Not as poetic, but I'll take it.
Are you
I'm not here to
willing
write
to?
poetry for you.
Ooh. Well,
So spicy, I'd forgotten that about you.
nice.
Call me spicy again.
Yeah, I will. You gonna do? Fight me? There's a
I
no
leave the
violence
room?
rule.
I'm down to share with friends, but like, gotta at least.
That's no. God,
That's
no,
right.
no, no, no.
I die first.
Wow.
Not alone there.
Okay. Are you sure that you want to part with this? Is that
Only
okay?
temporary.
Just give it back when you're ready.
Okay. And I'm going to put it in my pocket, and I'm gonna be like, "That's it. We're done.
Great.
Good talk."
And
Mel,
now we
I
can
see
pretend
you've
like it
changed.
never happened. Yep, hoping this will work.
What is Mel wearing? I need to know for science.
Oh, thank you for asking. Mel is wearing this beautiful jumpsuit that has this flared leg. You can actually see that it starts at the base and moves up, but there is this flowery embroidery on this like dark brown jumpsuit that has these wildflowers embroidered all up the leg, and it kind of coalesces into this collar piece from behind the head that is this it's not like large, it's not like coronation large or anything, but there's this very cute but relatively thin like floral collar that comes around and dips into this very long V at the front of the jumpsuit, and you can see that her lipstick is matching all of the jewelry that she's put on, which seems to be primarily based in onyx.
Perfect. I'm going to turn and look at Winona and very purposefully say, all right, you good?
I'm great.
Then let's
Great.
go to a potty.
Hey.
Brian will lead the way. Actually, I think before they go, she just kind of like quickly jogs up the stairs and like tells her dad to like stay put and keep his head low.
He grunts at you. So with that, everyone makes their way to the second course of this festivity. Gideon and Kaylin, while you are dropping off sorry, while you were dropping off dear Mirafal in one of the houses, you actually see that there is another Snouse with a slightly different colored shell. And though I think you don't catch her at any points, I think after you've dropped her off and are leaving, you do see Ystira pass through one of the windows of the other Snouse. And you can assume that Valnorax is also inside the Snouse. Very important plot things to be inside a Snouse. Yeah, we have multitudes. Does anyone have any final things they would like to do in the interlude between each course? Go once, twice, thrice. All right, besties. Then you are heading right in. My first question for you is Brian and Winona are running a bit late due to Skeslile's intrusion. That's on him. But before we go on our next break, I do want to hear our final break for the evening even. I do want to hear, are you all waiting to head into this ballroom at the same time, or are you arriving in bits and pieces?
Are the Iron Eater Enclave members there already?
Yeah, so the doors to the palace are held open at this time, and it leads right into the ballroom. The gardens out front are beautiful. It leads right down into where you were originally welcomed, and you can see that there are Iron Eater Enclave members as well as like Chinthrix is already in there, and a few other folks. But there's no there's no like it's starting right now. Oh god, there does seem to be amount of mingling going on.
Okay, then yeah, I think I'm gonna wait just outside until I catch sight of everybody else.
Okay. Does anyone else go inside preliminarily? I said it.
I think Winona also wants to wait to see Current
Sure.
before going in because she needs to tell them something.
Yeah, I think we'll be approaching last out of everybody.
All right. Then we will come back from break with everyone congregating together underneath one of the final trees that shade the garden before heading into the main of the palace.
Before we leave, make sure you stick around on this break to enter to win a $20 gift code from our sponsor, Die Hard Dice. You can use that in conjunction with our code Death2Divinity for 10 additional % off of whatever you buy with your $20. So make sure that you enter that giveaway. We love y'all.
See you soon. Welcome back, God Slayers. I hope you stayed thirsty, but also got some non-TikTok water. Welcome back from the break, and welcome to the next course of the soiree. Now, I hope you entered the dice giveaway because that is its own party. Get you a nice little code for some nice clicky clacks and make some good stories with them. You know how this works. In a preemptive congratulations to the winner, but for now I am far too excited to head back into the drama. Oh gosh, it has been so long since all of our heroes have been reunited. But we see it here tonight underneath this tree at the entrance to the palace. Of course. Not of course. Somehow, Gideon and Kaylin, you are the first to arrive from what you can tell. With a somewhat generous peek inside, there is no sign of any of your friends indoors. You decide to kind of hang out and wait underneath this tree to see if you see any of them show up. How are you feeling as you wait?
Kaylin's feeling a little a mix of things: excited, anxious, kind of doesn't really know what to expect because Anpara is always so extra. So definitely curious to see what's going to go on. Wanting, against Brian's best advice, to taste all the food and drink at the party. And
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, I think Gideon's feeling like nervous but excited. And is like drinking champagne, like ignoring Brian's. Like you see, I think maybe like a waiter comes by and Gideon just takes a little champagne. If that's allowed, or is that not fancy enough for a Fae drink?
It is in the fact that it's been growing off the tree you've been standing by.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And that's the moment Brian walks out. No, I'm kidding. Sorry.
Well, any dances you have prepared for when we get in there? Or?
Oh no, I just plan to get down.
Get down, okay.
You know, I mean, what else are you gonna do at a party? I don't know. We got all these masks. I mean, you know, like what are we? I don't know. I have no idea what to expect. Anpara just does so much.
Well, your mask is definitely cooler than mine, so he must like you more.
I don't. No, I don't think that's the case.
Yours is a dragon, Kaylin.
Listen, some people don't like dragons. That doesn't just like it's not dragons are not cool.
And how does Current feel about dragons? This is what I'm interested to know, as this is the time that we see Current walking up as you two are caught in this conversation.
I think Current's mind goes with dragons goes all the way back to just before we had left the castle, where a certain guard was asking us to make sure that we got a picture of a dragon to bring back. And for some reason that has stuck in their mind for many months. But I don't wait. I know that Kaylin's mask is a dragon though, because I left the maze with Kaylin.
Yeah.
So I think there's a bit of a little sigh of relief or a letting go of anxiety with Current immediately recognizing, oh, okay, well, Kaylin's there. Good. And kind of picks up pace to go meet up with Kaylin.
Yeah, so you two are in the middle of this when you see Current in that outfit change gather closer. And Current, so who has put their mask on yet? Is anyone? All right, mask on. All right.
I think I do reach in, but I didn't have it on at first, and I do reach to put it on when I see Kaylin and Gideon. Like, oh shit, that's right. It's a masquerade.
Yeah, I think Kaylin already knew. I think that Current's mask was a shark, but you know, he's like, oh well, there's Current.
Yeah, that's a very on-brand mask. I love it. You look amazing, by the way. Oh my god.
And these outfits, my god.
We can't
We're
fuck
all hot.
around. Yeah. Do we want to wait or head in or wait for everyone?
I don't know. Do you suppose that there's a certain amount of power with us entering together?
I have an above the game question.
Yes.
So, Kaylin has that is called the main attraction.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I am familiar.
Yes. So my question is that something we could like? Can we link arms and walk in
here's the thing.
together? And like,
So I am I think you plan your main attraction because you are the main attraction. It's not we are the main attraction. There's an inherently self-serving nature to this, as per the entire vibe of your playbook. However, I would like to offer my worm two, and that is 1 XP, one shiny little XP to someone who can make that main attraction look very nice. And in the same vein, I'd like to offer this worm to anyone who sabotages it.
And we're talking about this first worm is the grandiose of this entrance that's happening.
Yes. Both are on the table, my little worms.
Wait, so the second worm is somebody who makes it like
Sabotaging it, yeah.
sabotaging it, as in like making people look foolish,
making people
or
not look so like the main attraction.
okay.
Oh, jeez.
That's just that.
Oh.
Why don't you go ahead at this point and read out loud the main attraction to everyone so we can all be equally informed?
Okay, I had to find it. Main attraction. When you make a dramatic entrance, roll plus grace. 10 plus, choose 2. 7 to 9, choose 1. All attention is focused on you for a moment. You hold the attention of one person for as long as you deliver a dramatic speech. Take a string on someone present, or take 1 plus forward. Or take plus 1 forward.
Mm-hmm.
Did I get my string on Scaslyle in the last scene?
Did you use a move that would have granted you a string on?
Who told me that if I was able to convince him that we were best friends, that I could have a string?
Yeah, vis-a-vis a move.
Did not specify that it had to be a move. You just said that I had to convince him that we were best friends.
Sure. I meant like entice someone or figure out a person.
Always keeping secrets.
Or
Okay, carry on.
we're playing by the rules. One of them. Yeah. So I think you're all debating whether or not to wait for Brine and Winona. When you see Brine, Winona, and Mel start walking up towards your group, Mel already has her mask on.
I think Brine does as well at this point. Are her fireflies with her?
There are quite there's much fewer flowers at this time around, but you did I say fire full on fires? But you do
flowers.
Flowers. No. All right, so sorry about that. You do see fewer fireflies, but I think if you take a really hard minute to kind of look at your surroundings, you'd see like a solid 4 vibing nearby aggressively.
Cool. Okay. I think on the way down, Brine asks if there's anything aside from their scheme that Winona is hoping to accomplish at the ball.
I mean, I have some things on my mind. I don't know how I'm going to pull it off. But I have some things on my mind.
Well, if you need them, I got hands. And then Brine kind of chuckles.
I also have an extra hand. So
it's so handy, you know, those extra
so handy.
hands. Yeah. All right. Well, if you need me, you know the secret signal.
That I do.
I think Brine and Winona. So I think we've talked about this before, but I think Brine taught Winona like a handful of thieves' cant signs for like, you know, safety in the event that they ever ended up in a pickle. And with Mel there, Mel also knows the thieves' can't stuff. So
Okay, cool.
It's
I
helpful.
needed that refreshers.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
And I'm gonna let you take the lead since you have things to tell Current, right?
No, I think we can wait. I was thinking about it. And I think it might be better if we just get over the flustering of this
Sure.
situation, and then, like, at least, yeah. Fuck. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. So in that case, I think Brian is actually gonna kind of take the lead. And as they walk towards the front of the castle palace, she's gonna spot their friends and walk over to them. And she's gonna look kind of around at everyone's various ensembles and masks and say, "So, how far into this dinner do you think we get before one of us is betraying somebody else or doing something ridiculous, huh?"
No, I don't give it long. Captions are still off.
Oh no. The curse.
Why is that the captions go off always when Lyrica gets booted from the call? They always happen at the same time. Oh, Lyrica's back.
Welcome back, Lyrica. We've missed you so much.
Are you scheduling your betrayals now, Brian?
No. I'm just, from the things I know about the things we've been asked to wear, I have a very, very particular feeling that we're going to be placed into situations that will be strange and possibly uncomfortable at best.
Oh, of course, it's a party, but you just gotta look like you're having fun.
I'll try to take my cues from you, good.
Oh, I'm an expert at socially lying. Thank you.
No
Are
problem.
you guys ready?
Can I actually steal you for just a second before we go in?
You'd like to steal me away? Sure.
Just for a moment.
We go sit on a strangely posed bench nearby.
Yeah. The camera crew closes in.
So I think Brian lifts up her mask.
Hey, actually, can I steal Gideon away for a second? No, I'm sorry.
So I think Brian kind of like pulls her mask up just a little bit, and she says, I know that there are very, very strict rules about our conduct here, and I'm going to do my best to follow those to the letter for the safety of all of us. There's something I'd like to talk about at some point when we can take a minute, but it's going to involve your new paramour, should we call him? Well, how are you referring to your godly date?
I think godly date is pretty perfect. We'll keep it at that.
Sure. So yeah, just a little fun time for you and me and your godly date and the almond soul and new friend.
All right. Scheming so early in the evening, Brian. I like it.
Oh, you know
Gideon
me.
winks.
Never a dull moment. And then Brian just kind of like gives her this little smirk, and then gets up and like brushes off her dress, and she says, "So shall we?" And she like holds out an elbow for Gideon to take.
Let's do it. Gideon takes your elbow.
Which is very comical given our height difference.
Oh, sure. So meanwhile, current Winona, Caitlin, and Mel, is there any kind of conversation happening while they ferret away like some little rascals?
I thought you were gonna say little rats, and I was about to get up and come over.
Oh my god.
I think I'll just probably like motion to kind of like, hey, after the main, or like when there's like a natural break, come find me.
Of course.
You look really nice.
Stay safe. You
You
look
too.
really nice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I think we all look really nice. So while the four of you are here, I think it's important to state that there are people that the world consider important in that room. Regardless of how we feel about them, any information that we get tonight, we can use. So we should be trying to get as much information as we can. And with that, Winona, I will also be moving Mel's need up one, which is, of course, secrets.
Hey. You look nice too, by the way.
Thanks.
Glad you're here.
I'm glad I'm here too.
You
Kaylin,
said it's information you need, right?
I think that's what we all need, isn't it?
Sounds good to me, and I think Current's in half motion at that point already. And they are going to, oh my god, okay, this is fine. They are going to walk through, and they're going to get as close to the center of possible, and not saying anything. They are going to put their hand on a golden rib cage, like rib bones that make up this corset that is seemingly normal white dress, and are just going to kind of make a motion, break one of the ribs. It's actually a hinge. That breaks. The rest of the dress is actually going to release itself. As it spills out, bioluminescent glow starts to happen. I don't know if you're familiar with, and it causes this array of glow to happen. Ask out of the other people in the room that are not a party, is there anybody that is looking the most?
I want to answer that question. One moment. Okay, hold on. So everyone is starting to see Current, like, with purpose, move into the ballroom. Who is following suit? Everybody is trailing after Current at this point. All falling into line. I think it's a good time to talk a bit about what you see as you enter. First and foremost, if you try to enter this ballroom without your mask on, you will be magically gated. You will not be able to pass through that barrier until you adorn your mask. If any of you finds that out the hard way, now you know. Secondly, this ballroom has literally everyone else in it already. No one is later than you. As you did say, you were late. There you go. So that's the first thing. You see everybody's around. You can see Nakia and Gemma talking in a corner across from Thievius and Valeria, who are also similarly in conversation. There is this beautiful center ballroom with this dancing mural, but instead of on the ceiling, it is on the floor, etched into this glass that almost seems to give way to some sort of magic viscera below it. Up further than that, you see that this ballroom splits off three ways at the top. Off to the left, you see the hints of a poolside balcony. To your right, some sort of sunroom where a god really might take tea. Up front and center, you see this this beautiful gilded staircase that leads right up to where Anpara is standing right now, which seems to be the dining section of this soiree. You can see further back behind them, there are both gods and Iron Eater Enclave members sprinkled about, mingling with tension, murderous and sexual. Take your pick. So with that, current, yes, hand raised.
Is Oswald there, or is her pixel just missing?
Ozel is not here.
So we're not the latest ones, technically.
Yes, but she is also not an invite. She
Sure.
is staff. We
Sure.
want. She's not a party member. So who knows if she was invited? So with that, everyone is following behind Current as she strides in and snaps this rib off. It is that snap that is the last sign of anyone else talking, as the room goes still to turn and witness this. Current, if you are looking for people who are looking at you the most, I would say that would be the following. First and foremost, you have Anpara, who is already waiting for the last of his party guests at the top of the stairs.
Sorry,
Oh?
I missed that because I lost your camera for like 2
No!
seconds.
Ethereal Storm, behave! Back ye. Okay, so no! Current immediately disappeared for me the second after I said that. Come back. Okay, Kaylin, I want to ask you, because this is, I think, maybe hold on, Current, I'll get to you in a moment. Kaylin, I do want to ask you, as someone who I think we can both acknowledge that Kaylin was planning a moment.
Oh yeah, that moment is gone.
I know, but so as Kaylin loses that opportunity, how does he deal with that? Are you kind of like, are you trying to back this up? Are you separating yourself from this? Are you just trying to like secretly like plan your revival move?
No,
What does that look like?
Yeah, no, I think Kaylin, like, I don't think he was expecting that, right? And so he's just kind of taken by surprise, but also in awe of like this gorgeous dress that is just unfurled, you know, and like all the glowing and all of that. But he is like, yes, get it.
As an appreciator of plant life, can I declare smitten with Current?
Oh, absolutely. Smitten declared.
So Current gets a string on me.
Congrats to Current.
Because that's how smitten works. And then I have to answer the question from the Truths of Heart and Blade in my playbook.
You do?
Which is, for me, that is, what secret do you have that you think would make them reject you if they knew? And I think a secret that would make Current reject me. Is that I have a contact whom I could ask where Articus is located and would know within minutes, but I haven't done so yet.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Love that. Okay, so now I know a bit about how the back party is feeling. Current, as you snap this rib cage off and take a string on Brine, you are looking at the crowd before you, who have taken in this moment. I think first and foremost, Valpione, though behind you, is absolutely certainly clocking this, but has had a vested interest in your being for a while now. Beyond that, Anpara, of course, the host who is waiting for the rest of his party guests, it does look intrigued, bemused, like willing to see where this goes, right? Willing to acknowledge a serve when it happens, right? I think that's very much how he's feeling. I think that Nakia is staring very intently at you, with a unintelligible look on her face. Bye. and Gemma looks thrilled, but just in a vibes way. Oh, hello, welcome back. I'm so sorry that your internet is playing such dastardly crimes on you. Welcome. Well, your internet decides to be kind once more. Nope, gone. All right, so then I am going to ask Gideon specifically. You have a lot of like first eye contact you could be making. You see Corvin is right here off to the side. You of course see Valyria, Malaya Pira, Thievius, Nikia. Doxana's unfortunately all the way in the back. Are you establishing any sort of immediate game plan, or are you just going to kind of try and stay with the flow?
I look at Malaya Pira immediately, and I wink at him, and I take another little.
Whoa!
Expecting you to go, whoa!
Can we just flash back to, I think it was last episode when Gideon asked Malaya Pira how it feels to have so many hands and yet not be able to touch divinity with them?
Yes.
Like, the zingers just keep coming.
Yeah, that was fucked up. Okay. So are you trying to do anything with that? Like, are you making a move? It's usually when I go, whoa, that's an indicator that things are moves. That doesn't necessarily dictate it, but usually that's what I'm looking out for. Let me take a look at what you got going on. Oh my God, winking at Malaya Pira. What'll be next? I'm scandalized.
I don't know what move I'm trying to make. I think like psyching him out a little bit. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Just like I want to be like,
you
is she
have, like,
flirting
an
with me? What's
intimidation
happening?
move? Do you have like an intimidation move?
Yeah, but nothing that would work right here.
I really
it's
wish
such a
Gideon
minor
had a move that was just like fucking dunk on him.
Yeah, the move is called dunk. Dunks. Lyrica, no! Come back! Oh man. One day
I see them. I
You
see
see
them right
Lyrica?
there.
Show
Yeah,
me
they're
too.
here.
They're here.
Oh
They're
no.
here.
They're
Oh,
freezing a little bit, but
you're back. Hello.
It just
I
moved
can-
so fast. That was so scary.
Oh, they're still frozen. Lyrica, say something to me from the
Oh,
beyond.
God. I just want to do my move.
Do your move. You're here. Do it.
Oh my God. Okay, I gotta choose. There was Malaya Pira, Nikia. No, there was Simpir. No, and Para.
Yes.
Nikia. Okay. I'm gonna go to Ampara. Ampara's Glaze, and I'm going to and reach in to my bosom and produce out a rose that has been clearly all made of crystal.
A crystalline rose.
And in doing that, I'm going to hand that over as an act of enticement.
As an act of
To Ampara.
enticement. All right, roll entice. Let's frickin' see it. Oh my God, not a crystal flower.
You know, I would roll entice. I'd love to roll
Oh yeah,
anything.
I'm your roller.
The thing about
it's me. I'm that. I'm that. Hold on, let me look. Hold on, that's me. I forgot I have a job. All right, one moment. Let me pull up your sheet so I can see what you get to plus heart. You get +1. All right, I can do that. All right, so entice. When you gain to appeal to someone's physical or emotional sensibilities, you will roll plus heart. Let's see what happens. You're gonna roll 2d6, and then we're gonna add +1, and then we are going to. Oh nope, I think that is correct. Here we go. You get a 7. You're so welcome. So you're going to gain a string on them unless they decide to do one. They can either get flustered and awkward, promise something that they think you want, or give in to desire. I think at this point, I'm going to let you gain a string on Para. And I think in that moment, Para takes this this crystal rose. I don't know what. Sorry, I almost said rose, and that is not my business. This crystal flower, and takes it and tucks it gently behind his ear. But you can see, like, when he kind of like went to hold it and grab the flower from you, it was like a two-hand endeavor. The first came out to grab the flower, and the other kind of held underneath your wrist. And you realize that as he's putting this flower in your hand, he's keeping your wrist there. And Anpara says, "Oh, another gift. I'm truly spoiled. But it would not be fair if I did not return in kind." And he tilts your wrist back and leans down and kisses right here. And right where that bracelet that you are used to is, right underneath it, another one shows up. It is looks like it is made of strands of pure gold, and there are 6 beads on it that are almost the same shape as the bead on yours, except for there are 6 of them, and they all are glowing a soft, radiant, and gold light.
Oh, that's good. Um, well, the great thing about currents, one of their moves, is that every time I use entice on somebody, I get to use cut right to your bones. So I'm gonna take this opportunity
I'm in danger.
to use the move cut right to your bones. And it says, an experienced soldier makes for an experienced lovers. When your soul recognizes another, you connect deeply and swiftly. Whenever you entice someone, you may give them a string on you to gain a string on them and declare that you knew each other in a past incarnation. The GM may tell you how, or you may leave it a mystery for the time being.
How do you declare that you knew each other in a past incarnation?
Well, it was definitely going to have to be a connection with Monarch.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
You don't have to say the when, just how do you, like, the how of it. Just how do you indicate to Anpara that you are intending to, like, hook onto the connection that the previous version of you once made?
I think that Current's mind kind of goes back to the very beginning when we first met, and I had chose to appear as Monarch.
Mm-hmm.
And there was something that was said to me about being a baby god or a blossoming god. And I think I want what I want for that is I wanted my action of the flower to be reminiscent of what he was saying as far as being a blossoming god. And I think what I want, actually, if I could just go backtrack just tiny, I think how I want to do that is the rose that I'm handing to him, I want it to have that same blood color from the core when Monarch was trying to find out if I was truly current. Because
Mm-hmm.
I think that holds more importance than just what it was used for, and I'm hoping that that is some kind of a memory marker for Anpara when he sees this blood red kind of just. It looks like it's dripping through the crystal rose, but it never drips out. No blood. None of it ever falls.
Tasty, tasty. Okay. Yeah, I think that after he kisses your wrist and that bracelet appears, he leans forward and he says, Oh, if only I was the only god you had to win over. And then he lets go of your wrist.
And I think I'll look him straight in the eyes and say, well, let's just start, and turn around and walk back to join up with the rest of my group.
Okay. Is anyone else doing something in the span of that time? Quickly checking in. Oh, also, Brian, Fang is like 6 feet away from you. Sorry, forgot to mention that. Kind of vital. Whoopsie daisy.
I think Brian and Current have developed a little Fang sighting code sign for each other.
Sure.
So I think Brian like has kind of clocked Fang, and then it's just like keeping her face as still as possible while this interaction between Current and Anpara is taking place. And then as soon as she catches Current's eye, she makes that gesture.
And I think I clock that right away. And my eyes start darting a bit until they rest on Fang. And I think there's that unspoken kind of agreement of, okay, that's good. We both have sight of him.
Yeah. So it is at this point that Anpara takes his place kind of at the center of the top of these stairs and holds out his arms and goes,
Well, what a pleasure you've brought me. I could not see more beautiful faces. As their faces, I made you myself. Welcome to Nyx, the second of the flux courses for those who are.
and it's kind of at this point that he kind of like gives you, the group of you in the center, kind of a belittling look and says,
For those of you who might not know, this is when the party truly starts.
and as he kind of holds his hand up, there's this bright spark of light that feels like temporarily stunning to you. And as your eyes clear up again, you actually notice that Fang has multiplied himself. There's about 8 of him now suddenly in this ballroom, all with drink trays in their hands. And each of those drinks are incredibly different. It is also at this time that you see the sun sprites start, like they come out of like several doors, and you see them start to walk around the rest of the party goers, and you see them stop in front of each one of them to do something. And you realize as the first sun sprite gets closer to Brian, probably the worst person they could try to do this on, they reach out for your hand expectantly, and you look around and see other people kind of willfully giving this hand over, Ystira included, who is currently talking, who was up until this moment of Ampara's speech, I was just vibing with Corvin, who's also an invite here.
A party favor, a prisoner. Brian takes a shallow breath and then holds her hand out.
Yeah, so as you take that shallow breath and hold your hand out, the sun sprite leans down and ties on a bracelet that is identical to the one that Current was just given on your wrist. Slowly, each of the sun sprites will go around and tie one of these to each of your wrists, unless any of you objects outright. Okay. So as the sprites all do this, Anpara continues to speak. And he says, "You will now be receiving your drinks and one of my finest gifts. And it will be a key to your understanding here tonight. Do not misuse it. Now." And throughout that bit, you were all approached by a fang, literally, with a drink tray in his hand, just a wicked, toothy grin on his face, as he holds it out to each one of you. Winona, you are the first one approached. Your tray is held out, and the enchanting beverage that is on this tray is a deep, rich blue color, sparkling with flecks of shimmering gold, reminiscent of a starry night sky. The drink is served in a tall, elegant glass, garnished with a single glowing ice cube that seems to radiate an otherworldly energy as it spins gently in the cup. This is the glass you are offered. Do you accept it?
I'll accept it.
Beautiful. Gideon, you are the next one to be approached by a fang. You are offered a copper drink in a copper glass that's covered in scribbled runes. The drink smells simultaneously woodsy and electric, and there is occasionally a lightning flash of green in the glass. Do you accept it?
Yeah.
Kaylin, you are offered your drink next by a fang that sidles up a bit closer to you than he does, let's say, every other party guest. You are offered a delicate crystal glass with a large ice sphere in the middle with a blinking eye trapped in the middle of the ice. The drink itself is a deep shade of pink with the occasional glimmers of shock green shimmer catching the light.
Fang,
Yes.
is that an eyeball in my drink?
And he looks at it and he looks back at you and he says, "Does that offend your highness?"
A little strange. Never had an eyeball in my drink. What does this eyeball do? What, am I supposed to drink it? Does it just sit in the glass? Is it just a little decoration? What is happening here?
Which would you like it to be?
I mean, I guess I'm just curious. I don't want to offend. If I'm supposed to drink it, then I'd like to know that, and then I can make my decision from there.
I don't think it's there for you to drink.
Great.
Kaylin, I think it's there to remind you that there are eyes everywhere.
Eyes everywhere. I see.
Do you take the drink?
Yes.
Okay. Current. You are the last one to be approached with your drink, which means Brine, you're next. Brine. Fang approaches you with like no recognition that he has ever met you in his life. He approaches in his tray. He offers to you a teacup with a gold-laden sunburst designed, with its sunburst designed around the edges. It is filled with this pastel pink tea and rose petals and swirls of not quite yet dissolved honey stir about in this cup. You notice off to the side on the saucer is one of those little tea bombs that seems to be one of those flowers that are still folded in that you should be able to place into your drink. You're assuming when told to do so, maybe, or now, you have no idea.
I will take it.
And are you no recognition from you to Fang either, correct?
No.
Current, you are also similarly offered something on a saucer. Atop the saucer is a 2-layered cup. The first layer is this thorn-laden koozie almost. The thorns on the outside of the first layer serve to prick the drinker. The inside of the thorns instead serve to close the many holes on the inside of the fragile glass that acts as a second layer. You will have 2 ways to drink this, really, enduring the thorns or gently placing each finger on each leaking pinpoint. Inside, this gemberry juice glistens with a vibrant pink, with faceted gemberries floating atop the drink invitingly.
I'm going to take the drink by the thorns. I'm going to allow the thorns to poke through my skin, and keep a straight face about it. I then actually want to reach into my waist and pull out the heart-shaped flask that had the absinthe in it that Trist gave, and I just want to put like 2 drops in my drink and then close it and put it back in my waist.
Hell yeah. Love that for us. We'll deal with that. Perfect. So that happens. Whew, tasty, tasty. And I think like Fang watches as like those individual pricks on your skin take place, and you see his grin gets even wider before turning away. It's not very
Yeah, I very
nice.
much want to make sure that he sees, 'cause I don't know if this is the actual Fang, but I want to make sure that he sees me grab these thorns and the blood. Yes.
Yeah. So you are all handed these drinks. Are you communicating about them at all? This is your one chance before Anpara does continue speaking.
I think Brian tries to give everybody the most significant look that she can as like a don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it.
Yeah. Well, Anpara at that point raises his glass as toast. And you notice everyone around you do the same in kind. Does anyone not follow this tradition? Okay. So, as Anpara holds this glass up, he says, "Welcome, guests, to the course known as Nyx. To start this course, I bring both gift and drink, and they'll be passed out as I, with a tale, bewitch. A story woefully never penned in ink. It is the best story I've ever watched unfold, a tale of mortal crimson and holy gold. 'Twas one of the last All-Mages' days to be celebrated proper, a change I know brought by me, but I pray by the end you will see why this All-Mages' day the change did foster, and we will all know who we can call friend. All-Mages' Day, a celebration of many facets to celebrate all that magic caused to prosper. But the magic helps the gods remain tacit, ever present on All-Mages' Day, evaluating devotion to foster. Some gods are in the oracle assembly, while congregation gathers to divine all kinds of fate. The gods use devotion to ensure prophecy friendly, while getting an advance look at the ills prophecy dictates. Others find themselves on the brink of a battlefield, the idolent engagements, the gods most devoted, fighting each other for status, name, retribution, no yield, would be shocked to learn the gods watch on, passing by unnoted. Others wander to less fantastical fare, wandering markets, melees, and showcases, or take meetings that have been waiting beyond compare once yearly to meet with old faces. Throughout this festival, our players lie, all ready to shape the centuries to come. Well, some shall live and some shall die. I'd first like you to meet them. From Kingdom Catalzi, the Griffin King, Chimera Queen, and each of their devoted soldiers. You see that is a moment pointed to Thievius, Valyria, Discord, and Clo. No, not Thievius, Valyria. Wow, what if I said the right names? Those specifically referenced in that moment are Catalzi, which is going to be Malaya Pira, is the Griffin King in that Griffin mask. We've got Discord, who's the Chimera Queen in the Chimera mask. And then Clove and Abyssa are each serving as those devoted soldiers to either of them. All of their bracelets light up as their names are said, just faint little glows, but it is quick to train your eye on them. As Ampara continues, the Griffin King, Chimera Queen, and each of their devoted soldiers. These married royals will come to see the bloody fate that holds one of them. Of Tundra, and then you see Neov, Neov's not here. Thievius, Valyria, Nakia, and Gideon's bracelets all light up as the second Tundra is mentioned. Ampara says, of Tundra, the empire of holiness and intelligence, the Emprix. You see Valyria's bracelet shine vibrantly in that moment. The Emprix rules with iron hand to bring innovations with true elegance. Her retinue, Brittlebat, Gideon, you feel your bracelet burn. Her retinue, Brittlebat and Kismeleon, with her partner, Porky Prince. Well, they are certainly part of her plan. Then Arena, and Winona, you see both yours and Mel's bracelets go off in that moment, as well as Chintrix's and Fife's. Of Tundra, then Arena, less empire brings forth its wisest sages. Craven, Finextra, Chipmunk, Lopin, you see Ystira's glow at that last one. We'll see the last true Arena of the ages. Drusel, which you see then lights up Limeric's Valpione. No, that's Ystira. Kaelin and Corvin says, Drusel brought its mist to Runica's doorstep, with many grimoire kind among them. The Lord, the Lamb, the Fell Fox. When Lord is said, Kaelin, you feel your bracelet go. The Lord, the Lamb, Fell Fox, and Valpion cannot get agreement that could unite the condemned. Amongst them all, you see every bracelet in here light up in a more vibrant gold. Amongst them, gods, lovers, and traitors. Kind. And as we start this course, each I hope you find. At that point, Ampara raises one of the wrists, one of his wrists that holds a bracelet that looks a fair bit different from yours, but still gets the same general vibe across, and says, this will be one of your keys to understanding your story. Once per course, bring it over your drink, and one of the beads will fall. From there, you will learn more about yourself. And if that alone does not satiate you, you can find our Master of Drinks, Fang, and request any bitters from my stock you might like. There are many. And each of those will provide additional insight as well. So you see a set of bitters in these vials all laid out on the bar counter that is behind Ampara at this point. You see they are split into like 4 different kinds. There are different colors. You see various names on them. You see wildfire bitters. You see wild tempest bitters. You see wild wind bitters. You see mountain bitters, malt bitters, mold bitters, symphony, cacophony, and melody bitters, as well as heart, head, and herd bitters. You all have been sent the information for the moves that those bitters represent, should you choose to add them to your drinks. You may do that at any time in any course. You are welcome to try mixing bitters, but you might encounter danger if you try to no success. Please feel free to look that over at your leisure. And who knows, maybe we'll show it to Discord or something later. From there, that's in your cheat sheet, should you choose to find it. So from there, Ampara, like, you can see as he brings it over, one of the beads from his drink falls, and the entire drink melts into his hand until molten gold is dripping down it. From there, he says, at the start of each course, your bracelet will glow a color, and all of your bracelets at this moment light up. With that, Kaylin, yours is glowing pink. Gideon, yours is glowing blue. Current, yours is glowing green. Brine, yours is also glowing blue. Who have I not said? I know I'm missing one more person. Winona, thank you. Winona, yours is glowing the same color as Mel's, and it is purple. So you all take this in for a moment. And Ampara then goes on to say, this represents where your personae was as each of these events was unfolding. And I know you so dearly want to follow your story, and so I encourage you, do not stray. Blue are these lovely dining tables. Purple is the beautiful ballroom floor that lies before us. Pink stands for my lovely balcony, where you get a free view of the night sky from the sacred grove, or the beautiful sunlight of morning and day, should you be so lucky. And the green for my solarium, one of my favorite places to take tea. So, also in the cheat sheet, each of these locations have special abilities to them. I see that Brian is already here on this page. Do you want to read for everyone what the dining tables are?
Sure. The full description?
Go for it.
Okay. The dining tables, blue, woodsy and intimate part of the palace ballroom that overlooks the dance floor, decorated to feel like a small meadow preparing for a flux solstice. It smells like cedar and pears with an undercurrent of sickly sweet honey that carries a poison undertone. 3 tables sit slivers of large trees with hundreds of rings. Tonight, you will literally dine on history. Each chair is a throne of some kind, and your stomach sinks at the thought that those may be historic as well. Do you want me to read the bit that says while here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so while here, if you call on a toxic power, you may add +1.
Gideon, you want to talk about the dance floor?
I'd love to. The dance floor. A stunning dance floor acts as a solar flare in this palace. The semi-translucent amber floor tiles show glimpses of gossamer strands of magic that vibrate with potential under the floor, thrumming in time with the music. Small alcoves give way to the solarium and balcony, overlooked by the dining tables.
Got it.
While here, if you are dancing with someone, you may ask questions while figuring someone out that you can usually only use while in combat.
You get it. Does someone want to read the balcony for me?
Yeah. The balcony, pink. At the center of the balcony lies a small hot spring, glowing a soft shade of pink that casts a gentle light on the surrounding area. Steam rises from the water, filling the air with a warm, soothing mist that seems to ease away all cares and worries. The hot spring is surrounded by smooth stones and mossy greenery, giving the space a natural organic feel that blends seamlessly with the opulence of the palace. The air is filled with the sound of trickling water and the distant strains of music, creating a peaceful, otherworldly atmosphere that seems to exist outside of time. While here, if you act on an unwise temptation, mark 1 XP and take a string on someone present.
Absolutely. Someone want to read that last one for me? I can always take it.
I can do the solarium.
Please.
Unless Lyrica, you want to? I don't mean to steal the opportunity from you.
I don't mind. I have it up. I can do it. Either way,
It's not
I'm
showing
fine.
me you're here. Please, Lyrica, go.
Oh, it's the trickery. Okay, I'll do the solarium. The solarium of Anparas, the sun god, is a magnificent chamber filled with lush greenery, blooming flowers, and trickling fountains. The air is thick with the sweet aroma of exotic plants, and shafts of golden sunlight stream through the large windows, casting sparkling beams across the room. The walls are alive with vines and tendrils, twisting and curling in intricate patterns that seem to dance with the light. An intimate room for an intimate conversations. While here, if you're enticing someone, add +1.
So those are the properties of the 4 spaces. Does anyone have any questions about them? Okay. So from there, you all see which ways your bracelets line up. And you are beginning to get a feeling that like some of you are going to be separated from others while this is going down. How it unfolds, you're yet to know. But you're also realizing that, you might be separated soon. And if you're going to communicate, oh boy, should you communicate soon. There is that feeling of like, well, when's the next time? I like that. There is that fear that bubbles up. After Anpara demonstrates both of the things, so to recap, the bitters, the bracelets, and each of the location bonuses will come to play here. Anpara says, and with that, this is our first course. With our masks, I ask you, drink with me and speak with those who share your history. And then the future, we will decide. And he does like a final lift of the glass. And he leads in the sort of cheersing of the drink. Is anyone not drinking?
Who else did you say was blue?
Blue is also Gideon.
I think Brine goes through the motions of like taking a little tea bomb and like putting it in her drink, which I assume makes it change color.
Yeah, so as you're putting the tea bomb into your drink, are you making great care to not get your bracelet over your glass?
No, I think I'll allow that to happen.
Okay, that's just the one thing I had to make sure. So you place the bud, it begins to sink in this tea, and as it sinks, it kind of sinks to stay there, stationary. But as you're moving your hand away, the first bead falls into the glass and strikes the bud of this flower. And with that, it blooms in this beautiful moment.
What kind of flower is it?
I'm thinking like a pink rose, like one of those really big, lush ones. As these petals slowly float to the surface, you are able to make out writing on them. Will you go ahead and read your first sonnet?
Is that the entire message that you sent me?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay. So first, I just want to note that pink roses are for gratitude or admiration, which is very interesting. Okay, so fair brine, fairest Belia, I pray, look around. With trained eyes, assassin's best tool, take in mortal, god, and grimoire abound, and wonder with me who plays the most fool. Is it you, fair brine? Love could always make, but devotion is not lone temptation. There's greed, power, and righteousness at stake. A perfect concoction could see you rise above station. As my past this eve, take all you can see, then bring your jester's judgment to your king. Bring me secrets, entertainments, and glee, and mayhaps a god's favorable judgment I shall bring. For jesters do oft prove prophets, dear brine, but first make sure the rest you can outshine.
And those are the words you are able to make out in your cup.
I hold the cup up to my lips as if I am drinking, but I do not take a sip.
Okay. All right. Everyone else is just cheersing, right? Cheers. Okay.
Cheers.
All right. So this big cheers happens, and then you see one of the sprites has actually taken up at the music station and begins plucking away at the harp. It reverberates throughout this entire corridor. And you see people slowly, while still talking to others, begin to move to their places. Is anyone doing anything on their way to their designated location?
Is there going to be a chance for us to meet up again later, or is this it for a while?
There will be chances in between courses and through stolen moments and times where you are placed together. They won't just be hard fought.
Okay.
I think I'm going to. Is Nakia still in the room?
Yes.
Okay. I think I want to go over to Nakia, and just kind of touch her shoulder, and then come to rest my hands, like her hands in both of my hands, and just quietly ask, just a moment of your time later. Not with everybody here.
Yeah, Nakia is probably quite surprised by this. I think enough that you see her crimson cheeks grow a bit darker to where her nose is, and you see this bitten back smile on her mouth before she manages to dispel it proper and goes, I can make time for that.
And I think even though we have our masks on, I want to try to lock eyes as much as possible. And I think was there any kind of inkling that I would have potentially caught on to that blushing even behind the mask in like her tone of voice or anything like that?
Yeah, I think the eyes of her mask are just wide enough for you to see that blush kind of like collect just as a hint, and there's like a part of your mind that's like, is that shadow? I am gay and can't tell. Like there is a bit of that, but you're pretty confident. I think after a moment, Nakia just says, just stay safe during the whole thing. All right.
And I think I'm kind of just gonna like do like a very kind of like you too, kid. Just kind of like tap on her chin to bring her chin up, and I said, and just say, you too. I mean it. And then walk away.
Yeah, so you actually can walk off right into the solarium, which is the first place you have been asked to. From there, Nakia, with a blue wristband, heads up the stairs, where she is immediately met by a sun sprite that takes her and escorts her specifically to the blue table to sit down. Who's moving next?
Brian wants to lock eyes with Winona and just do a little like jazz hand type wave. That is both a combination of like stay safe and like watch your hands, which has a lot of meaning for Winona at the moment. And then I think Brian's gonna go over to Ystira. And she just kind of like taps the inside of Ystira's wrist to get her attention.
You immediately have it.
And she says, whatever your goal tonight, please keep yourself safe.
My only goal tonight is to keep you safe.
Right.
Same it as always is.
Keeping yourself safe, huh?
Is this some sort of safety stalemate?
Perhaps, if that's what it's got to be. And then Brian like rolls her eyes. She says, perhaps we'll have a longer conversation about this when we're not in a god's palace, huh?
Conversations do seem to be easier outside of palace walls.
Enjoy your drink, Buttercup. And then Brian gives like a little bow and like goes to the dining tables.
Okay. You head up to the dining tables. And at that point, Anpara has come to sit at the very head of the my multiverse stopped working. It's fine. The very head of the table that is blue. And with that, you notice so far at this table are Nakia and Anpara at the head of it. And Brine, when you get to the top of the stairs, Sunsprite is also there to escort you, and you are escorted to the chair across from Nakia to clarify your dining table, and you will slowly notice that no one else gets seated here as this all unfolds. You are seated with Anpara and Nakia.
What is Nakia's mask again?
Thank you for asking. Nakia is in this incredibly beautiful. Let me get this up. Oh man, so many people on this G-dang chart. This is the chameleon mask. Kismeleon is what Nakia's name is tonight. It's a very it's this mask that has this, of course, reptilian shape, but the colors on it are constantly shifting and changing as it catches the ballroom lights in consistent fluid motion. Anpara's not wearing one. Who is next? Unless are you setting the mood? Please set the mood.
I think Brian greets Anparo with just like an incredibly polite an honor to be sharing your table. What were the appropriate ways of addressing a god? I don't remember. I don't remember. His Holiness.
His Holiness.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah.
Divine
so
one.
she says, an honor to be sharing a table, His Holiness. And then she looks at Nakia and she says, what a beautiful mask you're wearing. Suits you, I think.
Nakia says, well, yes, I would much rather be looking at your mask than what is underneath, Brian.
That's a little boring for you, isn't it? I'm certain you've dealt out better insults than that.
I don't think I've stooped to your level yet, though. And at that point, Ampar goes, oh, Brian, don't worry. The honor is yours, but the delight, it's mine. After that, who's moving next?
I'll go.
All right, Gideon. So, are you saying anything to anyone before you head up to your seats?
I don't think so. I'm in game mode. Unless someone has something they want to say to me before I go up, I'm just focused on getting to where I gotta go. I think I'm gawking at Abyssa a bit, though. Full, like, ooh, oh my god, is that an NFL player here? Like,
Sure.
like
Yeah,
staring.
that makes sense to me. Awesome. So you also get led up your staircase. As you do, you get led to your table, where Yvonne and Clove are already seated.
You kidding me?
No.
Oh my god, this is the worst.
Yeah, so those two are here. And then after a small moment, you are quickly joined by as well. Well, why don't I? I will tell you. Right after that, you are joined by, and I'm so sorry. I didn't do this as some sort of dig. I just genuinely forgot to put his thing out. You are, which is good because the scene was serious. His face is so unserious. You are joined by Chinthrix as well, who is, of course, masked as the Craven. And then your final companion is none other than your Porcuprince for this evening. None other than the stepfather of the century, Phoebus Kilthorne. You're muted, and I just thought you were like completely aghast.
No, I am, but this is so funny. I was saying Gideon looks at Clove because they're like, who here do I like feel the least weird about? It's you? Okay. Gideon looks at Clove like to do like a vibe check because I think of all the people here, it's the least baggage on Clove. So
That's
what is
so
your
fair.
expression?
Yeah, Clove is wearing a mask, so it's a bit harder to tell. But you there is a certain amount of like Clove is Discord's bodyguard. Like they are particularly like devoted to like pulling out the chair, the minutia of that moment. But that minutia of that moment does seem to be of completely driven focus that is perhaps a fear of distraction, because that's when the thoughts come, right? So that's, I think, the vibe that you're picking up. Anything more, you need to figure out a person. And after a moment, you realize nobody else is gonna be seated at this table. This is it.
Wow. Gideon says out loud to the group as they sit down. Wow. Okay.
I think you just watched Discord just like bring her drinks to her lips with a small smile on her godly face. You all watch as Trist heads down to the ballroom floor. You see Gemma was in the middle of interacting with her drink. There was like a ring of this dark crimson smoke on it, and you see that she after understanding what has been said to her on this drink comes to stand across from Trist because something is clearly beginning there. After that point, Current, you are beginning to realize that everyone else is being led to their sections and no one else is really coming into the solarium except for who was already there when you got there, and that is Lunorin. Winona, you of course just get to stay where you are, which is nice. Not much moving and shaking to do. What a relief. From there, my question for you, is so Mel's also staying here. It looks like Valpiany will also be in this section for
Great.
this part of tonight's experience. Beyond that, are you trying to do anything before the action kicks up?
I have half a mind to, but I don't think now is the right time either. So I'm just going to wait.
That makes sense. Let me know when you activate your drink. Kaylin, you are glowing pink. It is strange because you're looking around and like you're trying to see who you're going to be paired with as you're heading out, and you're not seeing anyone else's bracelet who's glowing pink yet. But yours is.
I guess I would just head out to the balcony then.
All right. So you are out on the balcony waiting patiently, impatiently. It's up to you.
Grab a seat and those comfy ass pillows.
Beautiful. I love that for you. As you are, so Winona, you watch, and you actually notice that Corvin comes to come stand like socially awkwardly, like you are the only one that I know at this party, but also like we are not friends at all, but also you're the only one I know at this party. And so Corvin is standing like 6 feet away from you. Which is that social amount of distance, and each Ystera, Mel, Corvin, Valpiany, they all have eyes on what is starting to happen at the center of the ballroom. Malaya Pira has come to stand in between both Trist and Gemma. He takes a look at both of them and says, Nightmare. Nightmare. Unicorn. It is time for you to meet in idolent engagement. Our benevolent god has set up a myriad of potential dual formats. And Malaya Pira waves his hand, and there's like these small mirages that pop up in between the set of them. The first is this chess table. And then he waves his hand and it becomes a round circular table that has a card game that some of you would immediately know from playing it as Widow's Delight. He waves his hand again, and suddenly there are two swords sticking out of the singular stone that is in between them. With another wave of the hand, it changes back to that round table, but this time there are two cups, identical seeming, and one vial of poison that sits in between the two of them. The hand waves again. You see two bows and targets in the distance towards the front. And then with a final wave, there seems to be nothing. And then you see this like crackle of magic in between the two of them. And after a long pause, Malaya Pira says, "It is up to you two to decide the format of your duel." And Trist gestures to Jim and says, "I think you should choose honey." And Gemma goes, "Don't like magic. I hate bows and arrows. I don't want to be poisoned."
Is this Gemma speaking?
Yes, sorry, I didn't do the accent. My bad. Why am I accent brain dead today? Sorry. Why
I was going
my
to
brain
weep if we did
shattering?
not get to hear
No,
Gemma.
what if it was canceled? What if I canceled all accents? I never do that to you. She says,
Oh my god.
she says,
I
"Well,
would cry.
I hate magic. I hate what most hot people can do with it. I'm not a fan of bows and arrows. I've been hit too many times to enjoy it. Poisoning has happened to me once or twice, and it is not something I'm trying to repeat tonight. Swords, love them. Cards, love them. Chess, I don't always win. I do most of the time. I'm facing you. And I think we owe this people a show. Swords it is." And Malaya Pira switches his hand a final time, and the swords appear, and they both go to pull their blades out. Winona, you're realizing that whoever you are, you were witness to this fight. And if Anpara's little monologue that he wrote for himself was any indicator, there's no yielding in these, which means you're about to see someone do whatever this soiree's version of die is. You don't know what that is yet. At that point, Gemma turns to the group of you who is facing this way and says, "Well, who is it? Who's giving me a kiss for good luck? Isn't that what happens?" And I think, Winona, if you don't shoot your shot, which is totally fine.
I didn't know if it was supposed to be me.
Up
if it
to
was supposed
anybody.
to be
Truly up to
somebody
anybody.
else.
If you want to get your head in the game on this one, that's your right. If you want to let someone else give Gemma a kiss for good luck before a duel, that's also your prerogative.
Oh man, are we sure? Why not?
Oh, I love that. Take an experience for that. I love it. Temptation complete. So yeah, how do you indicate to Gemma that you're volunteering as tribute?
I'm just gonna look side to side and see if anybody else is like running at the chance, and then
Corbin's turned around. Mel is looking at you directly, and Ystira's looking fairly stationary as she's looking between both Gemma and Valpione.
So after just seeing that, I just kind of make my be like, well, I guess that means it's me, and I will. Not that I don't want to. Hi. Good luck.
Does this mean I have to fight fair?
Yes.
Right, fair price. And she leans in and she kisses you right in that gentle corner of your mouth, just oh so delicately. It's the good stuff. And before she pulls away and she like swings the sword a couple of times around to get a feeling for its weight. And as you do that, you notice that Malaya Pira's bracelet with his job done turns to pink. And Kaylin, I'm not sure if you see what's happening inside or if you are perfectly content to be in this respite as much as it can be. Are you snooping?
No. Kalen's fully in the pillows.
I love that for you.
He's relaxing.
Perfect. So yeah, you are standing. Yeah, so you're in the sorry, you're not even standing. You are lounging is the correct verb. Are you taking this moment to activate your drink at all, or are you waiting?
Yeah, I think I'm just chilling, right? Like I'm like, well, I guess I don't know. I guess I'm here alone. Nobody else is home. I might as well.
Perfect
right?
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you go ahead and do that, and so your drink, you bring your bracelet over it, and this bead, instead of falling like Brian's did, it shatters. A fine shimmering dust falls instead of glass into your crystal. The glitter shifts gently, but after a moment, you realize this glitter is simply settling into the words that are meant for your eyes only. Go ahead and read your sonnet.
The Griffin King alone, it seems, fleeing from Oracle Assembly, future king, yet cannot outrun holy sightseeing, nor unholy temptation one king brings. All mages' day, for most arcanic delight, but Griffin, not king, respites in one yearly sin of closed doors, of loving whispers in night, told to no one, no royal or grimoire kin. Any other week, thine dragon repents solemn, to meter or any god who will listen. Yet all other weeks in envying each palace column, who on any night can see the stars in his eye glisten. 'Tis why running feet always brings him here, to get all he can to last another year.
And by the time you finish reading this, are there any immediate reactions from you?
I get, like, just wondering, like, what does he mean? Like, what the hell? What do you mean? Get all he can to last another year? Like, what is that? What is that supposed to mean? What is he getting? Why wouldn't he last another year?
Good questions. Good questions. Yeah, so I think that like there's an immediate like churning and burning in your brain as you're like trying to source this. It's also fucking confusing. You don't know if on par is a bad playwright or if it's like purposefully shifting in between. Like you're not the Griffin King. That's not even what does this mean? Like, you know, there's this definitely like a sorting out to it. And you are broken from your reverie as you hear like the door to the ballroom open, and you hear the sounds of blades meeting from the other room, and it fades away again quickly as the door shuts once more. And as you look up, you see that it is none other than Malaya Pira in front of you. And His iron mask sits on his face for just a moment before he takes it off. Simply to regard you. And you realize behind him, you can no longer see into the ballroom. And you figure that those in the ballroom cannot see out here.
I thought we had to keep our masks on.
Consider it a flux favor. Should you need to take it off, you may.
I need to take it off?
Well, it has been quite some time since we have regarded each other face to face, Kaylin. Don't you think it's time to do it again?
I suppose. And he will reach up and take the mask off.
And Malaya Pira looks down at the mask and then back up to you and says, do not let the story you are about to be told distract you. We must stay focused. And I think it's time. You've earned your place. It's time we get you the power you deserve. And with that, we are going to end tonight's episode of Death to Divinity.
God damn it, Kaylin. Kaylin!
I'm gonna kill your boyfriend.
Brian, change of plans. We're changing them
They're
right
both
now.
on the list.
I'm gonna kill your
my
fucking
God!
boyfriend. Boy boss? I don't know, but I'm gonna kill your boy boss.
Helping the weeds.
He's not. He was never.
You can't judge a book by its cover.
Oh my God!
Exactly.
Are you so bad boy?
Oh
What's
my God! Are
happening?
you fucking serious? Are you
I guess we'll
serious?
have to wait till next time to find out.
I will face you next week. 2 weeks time. It's over for you.
Brian's like, so okay, we have Luceau, Malaya Pira, Fang, Kaylin, Alnarax.
We can't let Brian know. She'll kill
Discord.
Kaylin for real.
Kill him for real. Oh. Surprise!
Oh my God!
Oh, thanks for coming to this episode of Death to Divinity. Oh, we had a tasty little time, didn't we? We only just got started. It's our second course. Can't wait to see what finds out.
I got my marbles back for this.
Oh, I cannot wait. So we will see you next time. Thank you for adjusting to our next schedule. We'll see you in between. Hey, but this Saturday, if you want to see me and Lyrica, I'd maybe go check out Transplaner's Twitch channel for like a vibe or some additional god killing. Who's to say? But until then, does anyone else have to say a thing they got going on? A vibe? A thing to share?
Support the WGA strike.
Support the strike!
Support the strike.
Support it!
I am super unemployed. Support the strike. I got nothing going on. Support the strike.
Nice!
Two things.
Support-
Number one, support the WJ and also any striking union. Oh my God, please support unions. And number two, I'm actually getting surgery, not this upcoming Monday, but the Monday after. So any good thoughts would be very appreciated.
All right. Well, with that, Godslayers, I know that it's not very hard to ask because I know how I'm leaving you, but stay thirsty and we will see you next time. Night.